Oh, good evening. We are live. This is the City of Morro Bay City Council. It's the regular meeting, Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. We are located at the Veterans Hall, 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361 and Government Code Section 54953, this meeting will be conducted in a hybrid format with both in-person and virtual public participation. Ways to watch this meeting and submit public comment will be provided on the screen, or if you have an agenda, all of that information is contained for you right in front of the agenda, and we welcome your participation either way this evening. With that, I'll ask the clerk to establish a quorum, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Addis.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Heller.
Here.
Councilmember Barton has not joined us yet, and Mayor Heading.
Present. We do have a quorum. I'll call the meeting to order and ask in your own way if you could just take a moment of silence to recognize any of those that may be in need, including family, friends, community members, or other. So let's just take a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. And if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Do we have any closed session reports to report out this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. No closed session items to report.
All right, that brings us to Mayor and Council member reports. On Saturday, I'll start out on Saturday, we had just a fantastic celebration. It was the Filipino American National Historical Society of the Central Coast chapter in the city of Morro Bay, California. We rededicated the Filipino monument down by Coleman Park. And what an exciting time it was to have representatives literally not only across the county but across the state, and actually national representatives from the Filipino community attend. We had many elected officials attend to rededicate the beautiful monument that is located down there, and you need to get down there and see that. The monument was originally dedicated in 1995, and the rededication, as I said, occurred just this past Saturday. On October 18th, 1587, the Manila galleon Nuestra Senora de Esperanza, commanded by Pedro Unamano, entered Morro Bay near here, the first Filipino landing in North America. Landed right here in Morro Bay. The landing party was sent to shore, which included Luzon Indios, marking the first landing of any Filipinos on the continental United States. The party took official possession of the area for Spain by putting up a cross made of branches, and the group was later attacked by native Indians 2 days later and gave up. One of the Filipinos was killed at that time, and Unamo and his crew gave up further exploration of this part of the coast and headed onward. But this has been an historical landmark that, again, was dedicated originally on October the 21st, 1995. We had just a wonderful celebration of dances, and Filipino culture and food, including lumpia and all kinds of good stuff. And thanks to the community members, and thanks for all of our council for being there and being part of that celebration. So I appreciate that. Councilmember Heller, do you have any announcements, sir?
I do. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. You know, staff and council members work hard to try and represent your interests as best we can And personally, it always means a lot to me when there are a lot of people here, because this whole thing works with your involvement and your input, and I want to appreciate you for coming out tonight. Second thing is I'd like to thank all the candidates who are running for office this time. We have 5 folks running for 2 council seats, 2 people running for mayor. I want to thank you all for stepping up and doing that. It's another piece to this puzzle that absolutely essential that you get involved and stay involved, and what the heck, run for office once in a while. And I want to thank you all for that. And lastly, I just want to remind you that before our next meeting will be Election Day, so I urge you all to vote early and vote often. And let's see where we end up on the 9th. Thank you very much.
Originally born in Chicago, Councilmember Heller once again is giving voting instructions to those. Thank you, Councilmember Heller. I appreciate that. Councilmember Addis, do you have anything to report this evening?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I've said it a few times, but the high school drama club has Arsenic and Old Lace on December 8th, 9th, and 10th. And you can find out information at mbhs.slcusd.org. And then the Morro Bay and Los Osos Music Boosters are selling trees, wreaths, and poinsettias for their holiday fundraiser. And that's at morro-bay-music-boosters.square.site. But really, you can just Google Morro Bay High and look for the drama club as well as the music boosters if you want to support our local schools and the arts here locally. And then want to echo what the mayor said about the rededication ceremony. It was really a wonderful event, and I was honored to get to participate. So thank you.
Thanks for that. Councilmember Ford, any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor Heading. I want to echo the comments made previously about the rededication of the Filipino monument. It was beautiful to see the community come together for that rededication, and it was just a great event. And so I appreciate all involved in planning that and the process that it took to relocate that monument and our staff's hard work. I also want to, in my meeting during the Estero Bay Alliance of Care, it was brought up that there will be another opportunity for those who need help signing up for CalFresh. If you're not familiar with what CalFresh is, it's to get fresh food if you're in need. And that event will take place again at the Morro Bay Library on November 4th from noon until 4 p.m. Again, November 4th from noon until 4 p.m. And there are bilingual services that are available if you need that. And lastly, I'm excited to announce that I don't know if any of you here are aware that there's a plaque out front when you come into the Vets Hall. There's a U.S. Naval plaque that sits out there. It's kind of unassuming. You just walk past it, and it's has been unnoticed for a long time by our community. And we had an individual from the community who is a U.S. veteran reach out to me and asked that we could consider moving or relocating that plaque to somewhere where it could be better appreciated and viewed by our community, and suggested the Morro Bay Maritime Museum. And so I listened to his suggestion and did a lot of research and reached out to, of course, the Maritime Museum, and they were excited at the thought of having that at their museum. And I also had the chance, it's been a few months of getting a chance to meet many of our local veterans and local historians, and learning more than I ever thought I would learn about the history of our harbor. I thought I knew a lot, but I did not know nearly as much as I thought that I did. And so it's been an amazing educational process over the last few months, and we have come to the conclusion that the best place for it to be relocated is at the Maritime Museum, so that it could be appreciated by all. And so we're not quite sure when that will take place yet, but we know that in the near future that will have a final resting place there for everyone to appreciate. And that is all that I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your great work on that. Councilmember Barton.
Well, I'll make it a five-some. The ceremony to rededicate the Filipino community's plaque out on the waterfront was just a delight. Very, so colorful, so happy, so friendly, all of those things. It was just a lovely occasion. I left when it started to rain, and so, but that was well after the dedication, and so anyway, that was just a great event. And I look forward to more of them because we're going to have more plaques out there, so.
Councilmember Heller will tell you that was marine layer mist.
Oh.
No, not rain, yes.
Well, it sure felt like rain, but okay.
It was pretty heavy. Mr. Collins.
No update tonight, thank you.
No updates tonight, thank you so much, appreciate that. Okay, that brings us to our presentations this evening. We do have, yes.
I forgot one thing.
Oh,
really quick.
okay.
I apologize.
Gotcha. Okay, no worries.
I would feel horrible if I did not mention the Witches' Paddle, which took place. And I had it on my list and got so caught up in the other monuments. But so I just want to thank everyone who organized and came out and participated in the Witches' Paddle. It's always such a really fun event to watch. It's free for viewers to watch, which is great, and family friendly. And so I just wanted to thank everyone that participated and came out and watched. And also thank you for the dedication of the Charity of Choice to the Friends of Morro Bay Harbor Department. Always great to support that organization as well. So sorry about that. But
No worries, good one. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple of presentations tonight, two proclamations. The first is National Adoption Month proclamation. And if I could ask Rochelle Greenberg to come up to the podium. Rochelle, welcome. And I'll read the proclamation to you. This is the proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, proclaiming November as National Adoption Month. And it reads as follows. Whereas the City of Morro Bay recognizes the importance of providing children safe, healthy, and loving homes in which they become a permanent part of a family through adoption, and whereas there are more than 120,000 children in the United States adopted annually, and whereas more than 5,500 children in California are adopted annually, whereas 33 children in San Luis Obispo will be adopted by the end of this year, and whereas to help these children have permanent, loving families to support the families that provide these homes, the County of San Luis Obispo Department of Social Services is acknowledging National Adoption Month to raise awareness about the need for adoptive homes for local children and to join other organizations to celebrate adoptive families in our community. And whereas this effort, along with similar celebrations in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, will offer children the chance to live with loving, healthy, permanent families when they cannot live with their birth families, and encourage other dedicated individuals to make a powerful difference in the lives of a child through adoption. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Morro Bay City Council does hereby proclaim November as National Adoption Month in the City of Morro Bay, and in so doing we urge all citizens to join in a national effort to raise awareness about the importance of adoption. And it's signed by our City Council. And again, Dawn, welcome. If you'd like to make a few comments, we'd appreciate that.
I would, thank you. My name's Rochelle. I'm an adoption social worker with the County of San Luis Obispo. At any given time, the County of San Luis Obispo's Child Welfare Division has nearly 260 children, youth, and teens in its foster care system. These children are in care through no fault of their own and are often victims of abuse, neglect, mental illness, and abandonment. These youth yearn for the same things that other youth want: a safe, stable, and loving home forever, and a family to care for them. We sincerely appreciate the support of Mayor John Heading and the entire City Council for helping us to honor the tireless and noble work that our adoptive and resource families do for our youth. We are very happy to announce that this year our county will have finalized 33 adoptions. We would also like to take this opportunity to shed light on a growing concern within our community. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have continued to present many challenges in our recruitment strategies and has had a significant impact on our ability to recruit and maintain new homes. While we currently have around 260 youth in care, 8 of which are from your district, we've only been able to place 2 of those youth in their community of origin. That means that 75% of youth entering care from Morro Bay will need to be placed in a foreign community, which can often lead to education disruption and further trauma. With only around 120 active resource families to care for our youth, a significant number of homes are currently active but have specific age preferences of 0 to 5 years old. Our 2 most pressing needs are for homes willing to provide short-term care as an emergency shelter home, or homes willing to care for school-aged youth ages 6 to 18, especially teenagers. When faced with a shortage of this magnitude, it truly hinders the department's capacity to pair youth with the ideal family, and many times we must simply place the youth wherever there is an available space. Scrambling around for a space, for a safe, loving environment for our youth during an already traumatic time adds another layer of stress and trauma to this vulnerable population. This, in turn, creates further difficulties and delays in providing stability and permanency for the youth we serve. It is for these reasons that we would like to encourage anyone interested in supporting our youth in care to please visit our website at www.slowfostercare.com to learn about the different ways that they can make a difference in the life of the youth in care. There are many different ways to serve, and we know that by working with other caring and collaborative partners like the City of Morro Bay, we can find more homes for the local youth in need. Thank you.
And thank you. Rochelle, is there a phone number people may call also that may not want to go to a website? Is there a phone that?
Yes, I would say 805-781-1700.
Great, and the website is www.slowfoster.com.
Slowfostercare.com.
Fostercare.com.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, our second proclamation. Let me welcome to the podium David Baldwin from the Pipe Trades Union, as well as Don Bollinger from the Workforce Development Board. Welcome. And this is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay recognizing National Apprenticeship Week as November 14th through 20th, 2022. And it reads as follows. Whereas the Workforce Development Board of San Luis Obispo County, the San Luis Obispo County Office of Education, and construction trades unions in San Luis Obispo County, including the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 639, and Pipe Trades, UA Local 403, have partnered to expand apprenticeship opportunities and head of household jobs in the construction trades in San Luis Obispo County. And whereas the advancement and well-being of the City of Morro Bay, San Luis Obispo County, State of California, and United States of America depends upon the continued development of a skilled and trained workforce in the building and construction trades. And whereas an ever-growing number of job creators and career seekers are discovering the benefits of apprenticeships' unique learn-while-you-earn model, and whereas the City of Morro Bay recognizes that robust apprenticeship programs provide tangible value to both job creators and apprentices, with the potential to increase productivity, increase diversity and inclusion, and reduce recruitment and training costs while providing a pathway to prosperous careers for job seekers. Whereas National Apprenticeship Week, which is celebrating its 8th anniversary of raising awareness of the vital role apprenticeships provide in creating a qualified and highly skilled workforce in the building and construction trades in the City of Morro Bay, the County of San Luis Obispo, and across the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Morro Bay recognizes National Apprenticeship Week from November 14th through 20th, 2022 in the City of Morro Bay. And thank you both for all that you're doing to increase and improve our workforce. And I'd be happy to hear from both of you if you'd like to make any comments.
Sure. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Dawn Belanger. I'm the Workforce Development Board Director here in San Luis Obispo County. I want to take a moment to talk about apprenticeship. If you don't know what this earn and learn model really is, it provides an opportunity for folks in our community and our county to get training at no cost to them. As the workforce development system, we know a lot of folks need jobs, but most people can't afford to leave whatever work they're doing to make ends meet and go to training to gain a career path in this county. So apprenticeship provides them the opportunity to be employed while they're learning, while they're training, and they're earning their income at the same time. The Workforce Development Board is a huge proponent of this type of training for individuals in our community. It helps keep our local talent here, and it helps upskill them for jobs that can be head of household earning jobs that they can stay here in the community. The building and construction trades, as David will talk about, has an incredible history of apprenticeship programs. The County Office of Education, which was mentioned in your proclamation, also provides apprenticeship programs that the Workforce Development Board supports. Those are in occupations in IT and advanced manufacturing and in early childhood education, and we're soon to be implementing 2 more in accounting and bookkeeping. So these are opportunities for folks to get upskilled without going into debt, stay in our community, and get to move to some head of household jobs where they can stay here. And David can talk about the building trades.
Yeah, just real quick, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council for the proclamation. I really appreciate it. So, you know, in the building trades, we say we don't do the best job at getting the word out about how powerful and important these apprenticeships are to communities like Morro Bay. But they are very active here in the county. I'm the business manager for the plumbers and pipe fitters here in San Luis County. We run an apprenticeship training program here, much like other apprenticeship programs up and down the state that are also these jointly managed programs. So it's a partnership between the employers and the unions to train apprentices in each of the areas up and down the state. In California, for instance, in the building trades, there's probably around 70 or 80,000 apprentices right now. And virtually all of them are in programs just like the one I described to you that's right here in San Luis Obispo as well. We know that in order to keep our communities healthy and a strong middle class, that these pathways to apprenticeship, like Don mentioned, are very important for a whole bunch of folks that can come either right out of high school or out of a CTE program, maybe at a community college, and go straight into an earn while you learn model where they can immediately go to work benefiting our local businesses and also earn a paycheck every month while they work through the program. So we're happy to be here, and I appreciate it, and thank you very much for the proclamation. And oh yeah, the event.
We forgot to mention, we are, as honor of National Apprenticeship Week, we're hosting an event at the IBEW Hall in San Luis Obispo. It'll be on Friday, November 18th from 12 to 3. We'll send a flyer your way so you can get it up on your website and add it to the meeting minutes. But we invite all folks to come. We'll have a presentation, and we'll be providing lunch. We'll talk to apprentices about why the opportunity has been great for them, and Supervisor Dawn Ortiz-Legg will be giving her keynote address to talk about the importance of apprenticeship in the community.
Great. And is there a contact website or number that our audience might have if they're interested in learning more about this?
Yeah, I don't know yours. You can go to sloworkforce.com. It's the Workforce Development Board's website. We have a link on there to the Eventbrite registration for the November 18th event. And do you have a building trades?
Yeah,
piece?
so there's a number of them. For us in particular, probably just Google PIPE, P-I-P-E.
That's easy.
Also through the Division of Apprenticeship Standards, so you can go to dir.ca.gov. And that'll get you to the state's website where you can access any approved programs in the state.
Great. Well, thank you both for being here. I appreciate it very much.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to public comment. This is general public comment for items on the agenda for which you cannot stay and you'd like to speak to now, or for anything else that you'd like to address the City Council regarding. Again, this is general public comment. I will start with of course, the forms, the speaker forms, the requests that I have. And then I'll open it up with the rest of the audience. If you didn't want to fill out a form, then I'll go to our hybrid model and ask if we have any phone calls. So with that, Bill LaFay. Welcome, Bill. You're up first.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, thank you for inviting me. My name is Bill LaFay, and I'm on the committee that is promoting Measure B-22, which is the 100 per year harbor infrastructure parcel tax. I have several pictures that clearly shows why it is so important that our harbor department has a dependable source of revenue to maintain our waterfront's infrastructure. Dana, first slide. This picture was taken 5 years ago of a seawall in the middle of the Embarcadero. Note, the individual in the picture is pointing to the middle section, which is close to collapsing into the bay. When the middle section fails, the top section will go. Next will be the walkway front of the building, and I assume at that point the building would be deemed uninhabitable and the business would have to close. Second slide. This is the repair in progress. The third slide. This is the new seawall. This replacement seawall cost $1.5 million. Since the Harbor Department did not have the money, they had to borrow it. Common sense would suggest that if the money would have been available, routine maintenance could have prevented the need for a total replacement. Our opponents agree there is a need to fund harbor infrastructure. Their objection is the way the three of us have chosen to generate the revenue. Most of their alternative ideas are either impractical, illegal, or don't raise enough money. The only real alternative that they offer is to divert money from the general fund to the harbor fund. The amount diverted would equal the sales and the TOT taxes generated on the west side of the Embarcadero. As simple as that sounds, doing so just reduces the amount of money available in the general fund to maintain our streets and other capital expenses. The simple fact is that the city only has so much money. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next up for public comment is Aaron Oakes. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you, members of the council and staff. My name is Aaron Oakes of Morro Bay. Much has happened since the COVID-19 pandemic first took hold of our daily lives. Morro Bay residents and small businesses have struggled to stay afloat financially. These struggles persist today. Because of record-setting inflation, the cost of living in our community has skyrocketed. The cost of everything from groceries to utility bills to medicine has increased, leaving many to worry about the next costly shoe to drop. While most of us agree our harbor infrastructure desperately needs repairs, residents oppose the Measure B-22 parcel tax, which will cost an additional $120 per year per homeowner. Proposing a parcel tax during an extraordinarily high inflation period demonstrates a callous disregard for residents and small businesses. I think about residents and business owners like John Weiss, who lost substantial revenue from road closures and construction on Quintana Road during the pandemic. Some of that $120 that the property owners will be paying on the parcel tax would go toward businesses like this. Businesses that are suffering incredible losses or are teetering on the edge of closing their doors forever. Several businesses here already have, like Morro Bay Drug and Gift. Residents like Jennifer, a young mother of two who works 3 jobs to make ends meet, are forced to cut back on their discretionary spending just to keep the lights on. I think about seniors on fixed incomes like Eric, a widower, who faces a difficult choice between groceries and life-saving insulin. An additional parcel tax would not only prevent residents like Eric from not only contributing to our economy, but it would also force them to make uncomfortably hard decisions about their quality of life. These residents care deeply about the waterfront, but they are not to blame for the harbor being in such dire straits. As Mr. Luffy previously indicated, the very existence of Measure B-22 is a tacit admission from the city of Morro Bay that they failed to deliver on harbor improvements for decades. The city is once again riding on our backs and making us bail them out for their negligence. And now our backs are about to break. So I encourage residents to vote no on B-22. Let's come together and get back to the negotiation table. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next up for public comment is Judy Brown. Welcome, Judy.
evening, everyone, community. So I'm going to look here so I can see what I'm pointing to. This is the second mailer I got from the proponents of B22 today. It came. And I circled here, it says, it's the facts that matter. When you turn it over, I agree that the facts do matter. When you turn it over, there's these two cute little otters right here. And one of them says, save our home. I want to be completely clear. B22 has nothing for the otters. Nothing. Okay? So how desperate do the proponents have to be to tug at your heartstrings over otters, politicizing otters? If you want to help the otters, donate to marine mammal. No on B22. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Judy. Next up for public comment is Terry Simons. Welcome, Terry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and audience. My name is Terry Simons, Morro Bay resident for many years, county resident since 1966. In 1966, I came here to go to Cal Poly to study architecture. And one of my dorm mates, I lived in the dorms the first year, invited me to my first political ever event. It was a Board of Supervisors meeting at the Board of Supervisors chambers on Palm Street in downtown San Luis Obispo. And he said his father was making a presentation to the Board of Supervisors, and did I want to come along, and then we'd go to lunch. Well, I didn't care much about the presentation, but the lunch sounded great. So I said, sure, I'll come along. We got into this rather large hall, much larger than this one. There were three of us, myself, my dorm mate, and his father. And we sat down in front of a council very much like yourselves, with lots of staff. And my friend's father made a fairly eloquent presentation promoting a project that later became known as Diablo Canyon. He worked for PG&E, and we were the only ones there. It's shocking to me that many, many years later, I came to a council meeting a few months ago, and there was a very distinguished gentleman who came from Texas to make a very quiet presentation. There was hardly anybody in the room, about a proposed battery electric project down here at the PG&E, old PG&E plant, which his company had acquired. And I thought to myself, oh my God, here we go again. So I want to reassure the council, the staff, and the community at large, this will not go behind closed doors. This will not go unnoticed, and it will not go unprotested. I drive an electric car. It's powered by lithium batteries. I do that as an individual calculated risk. The manufacturers of that car have assured me that when the time is appropriate, they will give me newer, safer batteries for my car, and I drive it anyway. It's okay. But I think that's a personal decision that I make. I would hope that this council, or whatever succeeding council, has the opportunity to discuss with Vistra the practical safety measures needed to employ a lithium facility in the proximity of the downtown, in the proximity of this building, as a matter of fact, that some serious safety considerations will be considered, and that perhaps that facility can be relocated, dare I say, to Diablo Canyon, in the hopes that it will be in a more secure, safer, and more remote location that offers the same kind of interconnection capabilities as does Morro Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Next up for public comment is Rigmore. Welcome, Rigmore.
Thank you. Happy days. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. My name is Rigmore. The Planning Commission made a change in the zoning draft these last 4 weeks to upzone the currently R4 zoned properties along Morro Bay Boulevard to CC instead of R4, and I thank them for that. But I am perplexed that my son's property, currently zoned C2, with Beach Street specific plan overlay did not at least get the designated VS commercial in the new zoning draft, but instead he got downzoned and devalued to CC. I would think that all those C2 properties so close to the harbor should have been zoned VS commercial, but if the other C2 owners are satisfied with CC, okay, but my son is not. I had hoped that Manya Bedikian, with her knowledge dealing with zoning and land use for many years, designing new train stations all over the world, in Sweden, Canada, Sri Lanka, Saudi Arabia, and others, would have made it clear in her letters and comments on how unjust a CC zoning would be on a current C2 zone property with a Beach Street specific plan. 1149 Market is situated steps from the harbor, bay, and the rock. It is a double lot with an 8,000 square foot building and a 4,000 square foot loading dock, and is next to others VC commercials, like the motel and the lot where Carla's Kitchen is located on. And very interesting, properties further away from the harbor with C1 and even a residential zone property got designated VS commercial. The properties alongside South and Morrow Avenue, for example, all given a way more intensive future use. They got upzoned while my son's property got downzoned to a less intensive use than he bought and today own. And shouldn't property owners have received a notice about this? I may not get my points across clearly, but I know the smart people knows exactly what I'm trying to say. If any of you have ever been unfairly and unjustly treated, you know it does not feel good. Thank you for at least listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Rigmore. Next up for public comment is Mania Redkin. Redkin? Did I say it right this time or wrong again?
It's Bedikian.
It's a B. Okay,
It's a
thanks.
B.
Okay,
I'm
sorry
poor-
about that.
I'm poor at printing, that's why I send the emails.
Got you.
Okay. I would like to thank Mayor Heading and Councilmember Ford for acknowledging receipt of the correspondence that I had sent along concerning the downzoning of 1149 Market Avenue that everybody commonly here refers to as the Sun Bulletin building right around the corner from here. So the owner is incredibly concerned that the zoning changes do not capture the highest and best use for the property and for the city. He has brought it up repeatedly, but has been ignored. The owner wants to ensure, first and foremost, that the interests of his property and the adjacent ones in Area D of the Beach Street specific plan are addressed in the new zoning. I would like to start by saying that we all appreciate the work that was put into the current general plan update and the zoning updates conducted over the last 6+ years. We agree, generally, that creating uniformity in the zoning designations and providing an updated list of authorized uses with the purposes of streamlining the approval process is a complex but important effort. There are some shortcomings in this process as it relates to the property and the area in question. First of all, Area D of the Beach Street specific plan is currently the only pocket of C2 outside of Quintana Boulevard. It is there for a reason to support maritime activity and transformation of assets to the community while cohabitating with other less intensive uses. Most of the C2 properties on the perimeter of town got a boost in intensity under the new plan to industrial general, which is the same as M1 manufacturing under the current code, a higher intensity designation than C2, whereas Market Street became CC, community commercial, which is the prescribed equivalent of C1. This is a clear downzoning, not to mention as valuable. This is a clear zoning, not to mention not as valuable as VS commercial designation for the property that the properties only a few doors down have, and for which 1149 Market Avenue is just as if not far better suited for. A lower zoning designation for this property is not acceptable for the owner. Second point, the property of 1149 Market Avenue was purchased with the guarantees of the Beach Street specific plan. Its size, lot configuration is atypical for Morro Bay, as it lends itself perfectly for future and very forward-thinking uses that combine manufacturing and VS commercial uses. Zoning needs to capture this nuance. Zoning is meant to be progressive and forward-thinking and should not a priori create these limitations in the property that the community commercial designation does. According to the wishes of the owner, the property should be designated VS commercial but maintain a protection at lower level of uses currently protected under the Beach Street specific plan. I'll forward this for the record. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Next up for public comment is Jan Goldman. Welcome, Jan.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here as the Secretary of the Board on Morro Bay Open Space Alliance. And I just wanted to thank the grant reviewers who supported our request for funds that will allow us to purchase a small system that can create hybrid meetings for our board and for other small groups like us. A hybrid meeting allows people to meet in person, or if they're concerned for their health, they can join us by Zoom. And we think other small organizations like ours might have the same issue, so we will develop policies to allow them to safely share the tool with us. And I hope the council will also support the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Next up for public comment is Gary Johnson. Welcome, Gary.
What a beautiful day, huh? Beautiful day in Morro Bay. Sun shining, no wind. Well, welcome, Mayor, City Council, and especially our Police Department and Fire Department. My topic is lithium storage facility. Once reusable energy has been produced, it must be stored and transported to customers. This energy can then be transported onto an existing electrical grid. Morro Bay has one of those major grids sending electrical power across the valley and the nation. Diablo Canyon also has a similar grid system that is making it far better location than the lithium battery storage here in Morro Bay. Morro Bay not only has a delicate marine sanctuary, it also has a dense population near the selected site. Many homes, as well as large high school and several hotels. While lithium battery storage has been somewhat successfully used in electronics and electrical vehicles, it has not been proven to be a safe storage system. Vista Corporation is proposing the world's largest storage system in the world. Here is a well-populated, important marine environment. Both Moss Landing, Chandler, Arizona, are examples of what can happen if there's a large leakage. This must be on the fire department and the police department both will have to be well-trained to deal with this situation. When there is a failure, and there will be one, people must be quickly and efficiently evacuated. In a town the size of Morro Bay, with our location, elderly population, visitors, high school students in the area, safe and efficient evacuation is nearly impossible. Vista Corporation is planning to build a world's largest lithium-ion facility consisting of, as reported by them, 86 modules. Each module contains 2,450 lithium batteries, for a total of 200,000 lithium batteries. These batteries consist of highly toxic materials like cobalt. If and when there's a leakage, the danger of being exposed to toxic films is a serious concern. The probability of a modular failure is greater than not. When there is a modular failure, there must be sirens like Diablo to indicate a possible modular failure. At that time, the decision has to be made to evacuate public like Moss Landing. Hospital personnel will have to be trained to handle patient-exposed toxic fumes. Training will be necessary for staff and students in high school. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Gary. Next up for public comment is Linda Merrill. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm a longtime resident of Morro Bay. My name is Linda Merrill. The citizens of Morro Bay are the caretakers of this beautiful natural area. Morro Bay is a treasure, and the harbor is an important part of it. The harbor tax is a small amount to pay to improve the conditions. Why, you can't even go out to dinner for $120 these days. People come from all over the world to enjoy the harbor, waterfront, and our beautiful rock natural area. Locals and visitors enjoy kayaking and boating and all these kinds of sports. And the sports fishermen and commercial fishermen make this a real fishing village. Folks enjoy our lovely public parks, the sand spit, and our delightful harbor walk. We have a large number of boat moorage, and commercial fishermen make their living here. Our bay and harbor are magnificent, and we are responsible. My husband, Frank, and I voted for this harbor tax, and we hope that you in the audience will join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
I have a couple of other
Sure. Go
things
ahead.
to sneak in.
Go ahead.
I'd like to approve A3. I support the utility division supervisor. We need to continue on our path to make this an important change to our city. Also, A6, King's tanks are very important for us in many ways. And also A8, of course, we need protection for our council members in every way possible. COVID is not over, especially with anti-vaxxers around denying science. Won't be able to stay for this one. It's the community grants are a wonderful part of our citizen outreach. Thank you so much. I approve of all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next up for public comment is Linda Winters. Welcome, Linda.
My right leg is asleep. Mayor, council folks, city staff, and the chiefs. I'm Linda Winters, 28-year resident in one of 14 mobile home parks here in Morro Bay. I must tell you that I have rewritten this 3-minute speech way too many times today, and I'll explain why. You may remember my speech from last meeting on October 11th regarding the Candidates Forum on October 5th. I ended that speech with, I may never look at our little town the same way again. Apparently, there were many viewers and listeners to that meeting. Here's what happened next. As I made my way through my daily activities throughout our town, I was approached by several dozen folks, calling me by name and thanking me for speaking my heart and head. Each and every one of them raising concerns about the safety in our town. My comment to all that spoke to me, get involved. Start at the grassroots level. Learn about all the candidates, ask the questions, find out who is up to date on all our city issues, from the service workers to the CEOs. They are all members of our community and should be treated with equal concern. My recommendation to all our mobile home folks that live in mobile home parks, keep your voter registration up to date. Keep yourself informed. Talk to your neighbors. Talk to the candidates. Give yourselves time enough to study your ballots, and most importantly, use your voice. Everyone counts. Get out and vote. I will remind you of an election here that was decided by 12 votes. Now I will close with the same way I started. I will never look at this little town the same way again, but I will always love Morro Bay. And I would be remiss not to say thank you to Don Addis and Jeff Heller, who are terming out. Thank you for your service. And I hope to see all of you at the next non-meeting, which will be on Election Day, and see you at the polls. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next up for public comment is Barbara Dorr. Welcome, Barbara.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here at Campaign Central. It's been enjoyable. I'm here for one reason only. That's the 54 modular housing units on the top of the bluff at Quintana on South Bay Boulevard. In your plan, you changed what the zoning should be in the land use from residential, which would protect those homes, affordable housing. A home would sell for $379,000. You can look online. And the change is to visitor serving commercial, which is truly, truly shameful. I recommend that before approving the action tonight with the resulting loss of affordable housing, please send a notice of the proposed zone change to each and every one of those 54 homeowners at Bay Pines. If you make the zone change, this mayor and council will help to eliminate affordable housing. All the candidates, people running for office, you all say you support affordable housing, but tonight you might take the final action to eliminate that. This is a 55-plus complex. It should be preserved. The Planning Commission, I attended their meeting, and they were very, very kind, and they put a recommendation that was brought to you tonight to make mobile homes a use in that area. Not good enough at all. I've gone online, the manufacturers of modular housing, first step, they say, is zone change. And that's the death knell to these affordable housing units. Each and every one of you, I believe, I don't know about you, Mayor Heading, can make a motion to take an action tonight to notice the residents of that modular housing units and let them know what you're doing and listen to their feedback. Okay. I watched the congressional hearings on the wind energy, and I know Mayor Heading was at the meeting. I saw him in the background. What they said is if we do the wind energy, there will have to be extensive improvements to any port harbor that will be accessing the boats, the ships, and the riggings that will come in. So B-22, which I oppose, it should not be the taxpayers. It's negligence for many years of this city not investing in their harbor. And it shouldn't be on the back of property taxpayers. And the battery storage, we all know battery storage is inevitable, but it doesn't have to be in the middle of our beautiful town. It doesn't accomplish anything. It's dangerous, it's ugly. People are waiting decades to see something done now, and you have abandoned your responsibility to lead the planning, the master plan for that site and areas, probably over 100 acres in the general plan. You've given that right to the property owner, Vistra.
Thank you, Barbara. Next up for public comment is Casey Cordes. Casey, welcome.
Hello, Mayor, council people. My name is Casey Cordes. Just have a quick comment to start the evening off with tonight. You know, I'm super impressed by how many people are here. We have standing room only. It should be like this all the time. But even if it was like this all the time, we still wouldn't be, getting a fair representation of who's out there listening, commenting in their homes while they're making dinner, while they're looking after their kids, or just not ambulatory enough to make it here. So I'd just like to talk really quickly about access to these meetings. I think there's three things that strike me. One is the quality of the video and the audio that's available. I know we're super lucky to have a business in town that can help us with this. And I think it's okay for us to expect better quality for them, maybe get a quote for that. But I think that, improving the quality is one of the barriers that I see. Another barrier is just awareness. I think that most people in our community, even the retired members of our community, are pretty capable with email. And I think if we were to have an email subscription that would send out our agendas maybe 24 hours ahead of time, I think that would be a good way to remind people that meetings are happening. And it would also be a way for them to digest in the week after of, what happened there. That's a really easy technological thing to do. And then third, I think it's really important to address correspondence, written correspondence to the agenda in the meeting. So for those of you that may not know, every day of a meeting, our city planner, or our city manager, I think, puts out an update. Oh, Dana. Dana puts out an update to the agenda, which includes any emails or correspondence that the council has received from the public. Those I have not seen addressed in council meetings, and I think that'd be a great way to allow people who can't make it here to still, have their concerns addressed in the same way that the mayor is so often directs the city staff to address questions that come up. So I think those three things, the quality email subscriptions for our agendas, and then addressing those questions that come in or correspondence in the meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Casey. Next up for public comment is David Duringer. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Soviet, staff, apparatchiki. In the last century, 200 million people were killed by their own governments. This council has a lot of ideas on guns. The Second Amendment is there to protect us from your ideas. The Supreme Court held that gun regulations must be consistent with or analogous to this nation's historical tradition of gun regulation from about 1791, the Second Amendment, until about 1868, the 14th Amendment. A year ago, this council voted unanimously to pass ordinance number 644, requiring that guns at home be locked up and unavailable for self-defense. There is no American historical tradition even remotely supporting this unconstitutional ordinance, and it must be repealed. If you do not take immediate steps to repeal it, the oath you took to defend our Constitution is meaningless. In my campaign, I train voters on proper gun handling so they can see why your ideas are bad and tell others. Actually, a little training is required in order to get one of my yard signs. I am very strict about this, so every sign of mine that you see is a sign that someone has had at least a few minutes of my training on their porch or driveway with a plastic red gun designed for use in public settings. There is a lot packed into the 5-minute training, the 4 basic safety rules so students feel comfortable handling a gun. There must never be intent to kill, only intent to stop. Handguns are ballistically deficient, hence the need for proper grip and modified weaver stance to maximize stopping power with a higher caliber, controlled pair to center of mass. We also cover 5-point draw. Several peace officers who put up signs told me they were trained to punch out from count 4 to count 5, and I suggested they instead slow themselves down, building isometric tension so they have that, plus sight picture dialed in on reaching count 5. Few people have this type of training, and when they learn to draw and deliver a controlled pair at count 3 within 1 second flat, they understand the foolishness of locking up their guns. The Supreme Court quoted Cooley, "The alternative to a standing army is a well-regulated militia, but this cannot exist unless the people are trained to bearing arms. We must have both if we are to say no to your ideas. We must have both if we are to say no to your ideas in concert with our local sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Bob Keller. Welcome, Bob.
Good evening, all mayor, council members, staff, and all Morro Bay citizens. I'm here today representing the Morro Bay Maritime Museum. It's a 50C3 nonprofit. Today, we had a great day. A lot of horseless carriages arrived in Morro Bay. It was awesome. You should have seen it. Anyway, they came from the Bay Area, from Southern California, and they came in and they were amazed at Morro Bay. We greeted them. We were very hospitable. They ate at the restaurants during their breaks, spent some money here. Anyway, it was a great day, and I didn't know, but to be a horseless carriage, you had to be 1950 or older. I got an education. Okay, getting on. Since we are a maritime museum, and we need more volunteers. It's a fun thing to do because it's enjoyable. You get educated, meet people from all over the world, all over the United States, and it's a fun thing. And I think it would make your day. Another thing too. We need more space because we're getting more exhibits, and they're out there, and we can't put them on our space because we don't have the room. So we're always asking, wherever we can get more space, that's a hint, we can use it for our exhibits. So remember, they found out about it, and they came all the way from the Bay Area in Southern California because on Google Travel, we're second main attraction. Rock is #1. So that's why we're getting more people to come to our museums. We're getting a lot of exposure. So anyway, I just want to say to you guys, anybody can just come out and visit us. Take a little sightseeing thing, and you'll come back for sure. Also, I ditto Heller, Councilman Heller, Chip Heller, and Don Addis for your hard work. And since I might not be here for the next few meetings, I want to acknowledge that. Thank you for that. And also, we have Morro Bay football senior night this Saturday. Let's support our Morro Bay team. They could use our support. And also, I have flyers back there and some information on the Maritime Museum. Take them on your way out. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Next up for public comment is David Yeager. Welcome, David.
Hey, good evening, guys. David Yeager with Vistra. Wanted to make just one really key announcement primarily is on November 16th, please mark your calendar. We're going to be hosting just a public meeting for everybody's invited at the community center from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. And again, that was November 16th. So as kind of we continue down this process, we want to make ourselves available to hear all the concerns and really talk through those. Something that is important just to have as we kind of have this discussion and work through the process is that not all battery energy storage systems are the same. So a lot of them have more comprehensive safety systems than others. So I want to be able to make myself available and through the public forum as well to really discuss kind of the proposal and some of these thoughts and our views on safety. So again, November 16th at the Morro Bay Community Center, 5:30 to 7:30. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Next up for public comment is Sharon O'Leary. Welcome, Sharon.
Thank you all. Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, I'm Sharon O'Leary, resident of Morro Bay for some time, and a volunteer over at the Community Resource Connections Office, city service for Morro Bay. Last public comment, last meeting on the 10th, I was able to talk a little bit about what we're doing in terms of getting ready to work with the city and the county on the 5-year strategic plan to address homelessness. And I reviewed a little bit of what we do down at community dinner. And tonight I'd like to further the conversation a little bit about Rock Harbor. Rock Harbor has a Saturday food distribution. They also serve between 650 and 750 pounds of food from San Luis Food Bank. They also have served 460 Saturdays. They have a drive-through program, so you can drive through and they will load your car up with food. Also want to thank Rock Harbor for having helped fill a 20-foot or 40-foot sea train with dry goods to go to Ukraine. That's gone on to San Luis and then it'll go on to Ukraine. In a conversation with Andrea Kiesler of San Luis Food Bank, because we have a low-functioning Salvation Army, it's been suggested that we go ahead and try and develop a couple more community dinners and at least 2 more food bank agencies, which would be a situation like Morro Bay Lions or Rock Harbor, 501c3, partnering with some other groups to provide that service. Because we are doing great down at the Vets Hall and our numbers are increasing steadily, we're ready now for sort of increased programs. We're looking in North Morro Bay and a couple other places around Morro Bay. So again, thank you. We'll miss you, Mr. Heller, and Dawn, good luck.
Thank you, Sharon. Next up for public comment is John Elliott. Welcome, John.
Good evening, Mayor, Council staff. John Elliott here again to remind our community about the 8th annual Morro Bay Trick or Treat event. This year it's Saturday, October 29th from 2 to 5 p.m. Pick up your map at Morro Bay Boulevard and Main Street at the City of Morro Bay Recreation Table starting at 2 p.m. There'll be a closed-off festival area at Morro Bay Boulevard and Main Street with games, bounce house, face painting, haunted trolley, haunted house, White Caps band, and trunk or treat of businesses and organizations. This year I'm especially excited about 2 haunted houses, one being in the Circle Inn hallway put on by Gaia's Garden, Ugly Mug Ceramics, and Legends, the other being the Morro Bay, Pizza Port Mike's parking lot put on by the Morro Bay Police Department. Business and organizations in the downtown area or outside wanting to sign up last minute can until tomorrow, Wednesday the 27th, go to morrochamber.org under the events link calendar to sign up on the form. So far, we have 36 brick and mortar businesses on the map and 16 businesses or organizations in the Carnival area, so 52 total. I want to personally thank them as the kids and families love this event. In the past years, the event's been on Halloween, one falling on a Saturday. Normally, we have had 500 or more trick-or-treaters. Special thanks to the City of Morro Bay, the Chamber of Commerce, and 97.3 The Rock for supporting this event, as well as all the great organizations and businesses. I left a few flyers in the back, and a map similar to this will be distributed at the rec table. That's also during farmers market, so it may be a little congested, so you'll want to plan to park in the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up for public comment is Stead Ray. Is that right? First name correct? I'm close. Not close at all. I see an ST.
Well, it's Steve Ray.
Well, Steve, there you are. Welcome.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, staff, my name is Steve Ray. I must confess to you, first of all, I am a registered resident of Southern California, but I consider Morro Bay my other home. I wish I could just be here more often, but due to work and family requirements, I can only spend so much time here before I have to go back south. Last time I spoke before this council was 2 decades ago, so it's been a while. It's all different faces this time, both just about every place here. I'm here tonight to speak about the battery plant that's coming, or that's proposed at least. I have spent the last 43 years here in California as an environmental activist and coastal advocate, working on a variety of projects up and down the coastline of California, many of which you might recognize if I were to mention them. But I'm here tonight because of the battery plant. The one that's proposed has been addressed by several people here tonight, and eloquently in many cases. There are serious concerns and questions about that. And I was going to address some of them, but they've been addressed. But a couple of things that I would like to point out to be considered. One is that I've worked with the Coastal Commission for about 38 years now. Not worked for them, but I've worked closely with them on a variety of issues. And the Coastal Commission spent many years developing its sea level rise policy, which is a guide that all coastal areas must abide to regarding the potential sea level rise that's anticipated to happen. One of the issues surrounding this plant has to do with its being subject to potential sea level rise, and with the elements that will be stored inside of that facility, that raises serious questions about the environment and about the safety of the human beings and the wildlife. So that is something that needs to be explored much further. And the Coastal Commission, I don't know if Mr. Yeager and Vistra are working with the Coastal Commission at this point or not, or whether it's just as council, but there are those of us out in the community that would be happy to work with them on that as well, to help provide some guidance to them. And I would invite Mr. Yeager to speak with me when he can before this meeting ends and I have to go. The second thing is the location of the facility. It's raised a lot of issues, and both CEQA and the Coastal Act require the governing body to choose the most environmentally sensitive project or the one most protective of coastal resources, and that is something that is going to have to be looked at too. So I would offer my services to meet with Mr. Yeager. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next up for public comment is Seychelle Vans. Welcome, Seychelle.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I am Seychelle Cannon, a resident of Morro Bay, and I do have a concern about the battery plant. And at the forum, I was very pleased to hear that all of the participants did not have a deciding yes vote for the battery plant at this time. I would like to indicate that every story about Morro Bay is about how beautiful and environmentally sensitive it is. And I think we have a wonderful opportunity with the closure of the PG power plant to move all industry away from the coast. I think our coast is valuable, and that the best use of the coast is for people from all over the world to come and enjoy the Central Coast. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up for public comment is Rachel Wilson. Welcome, Rachel.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Wilson. I'm a Cayucan, but according to my bank statement, I ate 27 meals last month in Morro Bay restaurants. So I may be your all-time best tourist. Fortunately, my Apple Watch said I burned 17,000 calories kayaking in your bay. I was a witch. I've also been known to have an otter hitch a ride on my kayak. I live 3 miles from the proposed plant. My home in Cayucas would have been in the shelter-in-place warning. I'm a retired science teacher. It was drilled into my head ad infinitum that I would be negligent. There are no accidents. There are no accidents. At the collision forum of the traffic safety thing, they said there are no accidents, there are only collisions. In this case, there are no accidents, It's poor planning. If you wouldn't mind, I have prepared a PowerPoint. I want to commend, though, those of you on the council for being green. But I want to show you where all of the new best plants right now are going in California. Here we go. They are not going in populated areas. Riverside County just opened a best plant. As you look here, they're built in rural areas. Riverside, California, look, you don't see any housing. You don't see any environmentally sensitive area. This is near a major city. It is not in it. Tranquility. Look at the difference between Morro Bay and Moss Landing even. 1 out of 6 chance right now that a battery plant will have a major catastrophe, including LG batteries. They catch on fire. FEMA says it's the lithium, not the battery. Do we want this in our community? That's the Moss Landing fire. Moss Landing's environmental impact report says that it should not be within a quarter mile of schools or parks. It's very close. Travelers Insurance says they're going to up the rates on homes with batteries. Marsh Insurance, one of the world's largest, says that the companies are starting to refuse to insure best plants. Also, terrorist attacks. According to the federal government, they're looking at chemical plants as proposed for terrorist attacks. Can you imagine our community with a terrorist attack attacking that plant because it is not proposed, unlike Diablo, to have its own police force? Or can you imagine later having guard towers? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up for public comment is Betsy Gaudette Cross. Betsy, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Gaudette Cross. And as I said 2 weeks ago at the last City Council meeting, I have lived in Morro Bay for less than 2 years. November 16th will be my 2-year anniversary. But since I'm here as a full-time resident, I am passionate about protecting my new home. I don't know how I heard about the plans for the Vista battery storage facility, but once I did, I started questioning what the City Council was thinking when they semi-agreed to let something like this be built in this beautiful location. Was the City Council thinking about the town? Were they thinking about the dangers of this experimental technology? Were they thinking about its citizens, the tourists, the beauty of the bay? Or were they thinking about dollars? How much money could be made? Yes, the money would benefit the city, but at what cost? The PG&E plant was built in the 50s when there wasn't the strong California Coast Commission, the EPA, or any thought about what technology would be like in 30, 40, or 50 years. The plant began generating electricity in 1955 using natural gas or oil as a fuel source. In 1998, PG&E transferred ownership, and in 2014, the plant closed. Here we are, 69 years later for when they started building the plant in 1953, debating what we should do with it. Should we tear it down? Should we repurpose it? How much will this cost us? It is a prime piece of real estate, and right next to it, you're thinking of putting 3 ugly Costco-sized buildings. I've been talking to my neighbors, my friends, my hairdressers, anybody who will listen. I have been asking them what they think about it. Many haven't really thought about it, but when they hear about the potential dangers and think about what could go there instead, it doesn't take long before they agree. They don't want it built there. I know Vistra owns the land. I bet there are 100 investors that would buy it in a second if they knew it were for sale. At a meeting I attended on September 14th, the entire night was to discuss what could be put there instead. First, I'm curious why we had that meeting if the decision has already been made. Was it so you could say, well, we let the community have some input, and that was supposed to satisfy us? Again, the entire meeting was to discuss what could go there instead, and a couple of people had some great ideas, and I'm running out of time. So I am told that these batteries only last 20 to 25 years. So what are the plans that you have in place?
Thank you.
To agree of what's going to go there or how you're going to remove them?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just hope that you really think about this and listen to the...
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Public comment is still open. I don't have any other speaker slips, but anybody in the audience wishing to come forward, please do so now. First come, first serve. You don't have to raise your hand, just come on down.
All right, John, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I come here very often. I'm a citizen of Morro Bay. I've been for 37 years. I've actually worked at the power plant, so I know all about those stacks and everything that goes into tearing them down, let alone the Vistra battery storage facility, which concerns me because it's going to be disruption for the city for quite a long time, along with the windmills to boot. Where are they going to build them? How are they going to bring them in? This and that. Disruption to the city. This is a small little town. And so the way I'm looking at it now, we really changed from a coastal community tourism town. We're changing toward an industrial city, little mini city of two major industries, which worries me because I'm thinking tourism. I mean, I saw how many people were at that witches surfing thing, and there were 10,000 people watching. I don't know. This city was just engulfed with people, and I'm sure they had to eat, drink, and maybe even spend the night. So I'm talking about tourism. We'd be probably losing quite a bit. And of course, if we had some kind of an accident, I think it'd be a history for all of us. And that's what I'm wondering about the liability. If something happens, who pays for the relocation of all these citizens and that kind of thing. So anyway, that's my concern. And the other one was the tsunami thing. The sewer, I'm not happy with the sewer situation at all because of the disruption, all the carving of the cities and everything. And it was mainly done because of the tsunami that's supposed to be arriving, and so we relocated that because of this, and yet there's going to be a battery storage facilities, biggest one in the world or something like that, here, right among this population. Very disappointed, and I was disappointed with just finding it out on a whim without really being warned. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Public comment is still open. Come on down. Anybody else would like to speak? Yes, welcome. First come, first serve. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and folks. I'm Adrienne Frost. My husband and I went to college here. We've been living here for over 12 years. We've raised our children coming back and forth to the county. I'm a retired Hewlett-Packard International Program Manager and a professional meeting facilitator. And this gentleman just, I think, made the key point for the lithium battery storage discussion. What is the town's vision? What are we? Where is it written what our goals and vision really is? And are we going to become more industrialized? I think we could use some education on that. And so my request is If you improve your communication, as the other gentleman had pointed out, it would be nice to send to us what we're all about, because I know, as many of these individuals here, as well as my husband and I, we came here for the beauty, the serenity, the retirement, and we're fighting hard to enjoy our children and our children's children who are unable to afford to live here, and we're trying to pull them in. We look around to see if we can find a compound. Can we put 3 tiny homes together so that we can all live and afford it? Because we choose to live here if we possibly can, but not next to 3 Costco buildings, as the other lady had mentioned. So I would like to see what our goals are, what our vision is for the city, and I would like us as a community to continue to hold you to task so that your decisions continue to take us there. Clearly, we're pretty confused about this one very large discussion, and I think we better pull back and do things a little bit more, I don't know, run it like a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is still open. Anybody wishing to come forward, please do so now. Welcome.
Thank you. Judy Setting. And I just have a question. And I want to say thank you to Scott Collins and Scott Graham for answering some of my questions via email. I still have some questions about the rezoning. So the rezoning, my understanding is, to put it very just quickly and simply, is currently the 24 acres for the proposed BES is not zoned correctly to handle that sort of industry because it's water dependent zoned. Commercial industry water, or no, not commercial, industry water dependent. So the Morro Bay plan is it's already planned to change that to service, recreation, commercial. Once that change happens, it's my understanding that you all will vote to change it to light industrial to accommodate the BES project. Am I correct? To put it simply?
We don't go back and forth. We'll.
Oh, that's really too bad.
Yeah,
but anyway, that's my
That's the way it
question.
works.
I'd like to know if that's correct.
Thank you.
And I just want to encourage you guys to, let us go look at that property. Let us see what we're losing. And please don't give away one of our biggest negotiating tools, which would be the rezoning of that land. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is still open. Betty, I didn't see you back there. Welcome. I figured you'd be here.
Hiding out.
Okay, welcome.
Betty Winholtz, I have 4 little topics. I hope I can get to all of them. A couple of them are housekeeping. The first one is, I'm sorry, it's another complaint about our website, but I went on to access the municipal code last night, and type it in, Morro Bay Municipal Code, wasn't showing up on page 1. Didn't show up on page 2, finally showed up on page 3. So I'm not sure what's going on with IT, but maybe there's still some work to do with that. My second point is that I went on yesterday, I thought, to look at any public comment for tonight's meeting, and I didn't see any, and yet today a lot popped up. So my question is everyone just getting their comments in at the last minute? Or are we only posting on Tuesdays and not on Mondays or whenever they come in? And if you could just a heads up so we'll know, what our deadline is for getting that in, or if it can be posted sooner or not. My third topic is related to the B-22 conversation that happened earlier in public comment. And while we appreciate Mr. LaFay's presentation and showing us what we all know, which is that the harbor is in need, for him to omit the fact that the $120 is for the first year, but it goes up by inflation, which is undefined, every year thereafter, and without a sunset clause, I think is important information to remind people about with regard to voting on this particular issue. And then my last comment is about appreciating people coming and continuing to talk about the Vista property and how it's going to be used and the batteries, and that when people continue to do research and bring us information, and I love the idea that the community is so engaged. Oh. Because of a few more minutes.
That's 4, Betty. No, go ahead.
That is, I know. So I just thought of this one. And so this one is, I know B1 is going to be over the zoning ordinance. And when that was before the Planning Commission, they let us handle it, a few topics at a time and then speak. I don't know if you're going to require us to deal with the whole Chapter 17 in only 3 minutes, or if there will be ways to break that up so we can make more comment. But you all get to talk as long as you want, but that's a lot of material for us to cover in just 3 minutes.
Thanks, Betty. The public comment is still open. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none. AGP, do we have anybody on the phone line for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do see some hands raised in the queue. Let me go ahead and unmute Chris Rudebush. You are unmuted and free to give your testimony, please.
Welcome, Chris.
Hello, good evening. My name is Chris Rodebush, and I'm representing the We Are the Care initiative. While it has been a few months since we last gave comment, much has been happening behind the scenes with We Are the Care and among our many partners to continue our fight against the childcare crisis. Tonight, I'd like to share some updates to reinvigorate your support in our movement and to bestow some hope and inspiration. Since its start in 2019, We Are the Care has grown and adapted based upon the needs of our different communities. Whether it was changing or creating new task forces or the inclusion of different sectors and partners, but the We Are the Care has always lived administratively within First 5 of San Luis Obispo County. We're excited to announce that in the next few months, We Are the Care initiative will be transitioning over to the San Luis Obispo County Child Care Planning Council. This change offers new opportunities and resources for the initiative to continue its work to find solutions to alleviate the childcare crisis and to continue to support the children, families, and providers in our county. We cannot wait to see what the journey of joining forces will bring to We Are the Care in the coming months. Other updates from We Are the Care include an upcoming family-friendly workplace workshop hosted by the Atascadero Chamber of Commerce. This event has been planned following the success of the SLO Chamber workshop that took place this past summer and attracted over 30 businesses to come share and learn. The Atascadero event will offer employers and HR professionals located anywhere in the county information regarding family-friendly workplace practices and ways to implement change by connecting them directly with other local business leaders who have adopted such practices. The workshop will take place on Tuesday, November 15th at the Spring Hill Suites in Atascadero. Please reach out to the Atascadero Chamber for registration information. Finally, we wanted to report that We Are the Care recently attended a countywide city managers meeting on Friday, October 21st. There we presented and discussed the roles local government can play in addressing childcare capacity in our communities. Feel free to reach out to We Are the Care or your city manager if you have follow-up questions. We will be back again soon with more updates about this exciting transition for We Are the Care and how you can continue to support children and families in this community. As of now, you can still contact either First 5 SLO County or the Child Care Planning Council for ways to get involved with or learn more about We Are the Care. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. AGP, is there any other public comment?
Yes, I do see some hands remaining in the queue here, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Melanie Williams-Mahan.
Okay.
I'm
Welcome.
going to go ahead and unmute you. You are free to give your testimony.
Welcome, Melanie.
Hi. On B22, I don't believe that the citizens of Morro Bay should pay for the mistakes of the council. Some of you up there have had years to address this problem but have done nothing. Nothing. The Rock and Harbor are our bread and butter here. The negligence by the city is appalling. Many people are already priced out by this council's decisions. The sewer mess, making water and sewer more expensive than most here can afford, is affecting all of us. We can't afford to fix the harbor too. Carla Wixom shared a story the other night at the senior center about her 98-year-old grandmother who cannot afford to live independently anymore thanks to the rising bills. Her generation, Morro Bay family, their matriarch can't afford to live the way she wants to live because of your decisions. By rezoning slide zones, this talks about the zoning, to residential will also increase the cost of building. Look how many slides we are paying for now from the sewer. What happens to the rest of us when one of these poorly zoned homes just slides down the hill? What happens if more of them slide? This is unconscionable. So many homeless here, yet we're gentrifying even more. How do you guys up there sleep at night, most of you, knowing how many people have lost their homes to higher rents because of poor planning by you? You all have the final say, and you're dropping the ball for so many residents. Not to mention that if this giant sewer leaks, it leaks right into our estuary. We might as well just forget tourism. We need new leaders and staff. This city is an epic mess for so many, and you still want more money from us. And an absolute no on the best. I can't believe you are even considering this. The technology isn't ready yet, and I am glad that we saw photos of the Moss Landing fire, the same fire that Vistra's PR person told us wasn't really a fire. I just think this is all ridiculous, and I think we need to get back to what we really are. Thank you.
Thank you. AGP, next public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Glenn Silloway. You
Welcome,
are
Glenn.
next on the list, and I have unmuted you. You are free to give your testimony, please.
Welcome, Glenn.
Glenn, are you there? We can move on to the next name I see. Mayor,
And if he
you'd
comes
like.
back, we'll come back to Glenn. That'd be fine.
Copy that. Allow Chris S. to speak.
Okay. Welcome, Chris S.
Hi, my name is Chris Swim. I am a resident here in Morro Bay. I also have I'm a business owner. I have a small general contracting business. I'm calling in to give my public comment regarding the downtown corridor design criteria. I believe it's allowing buildings to go up to 37 feet. I am in strong support of that. I believe that it is it's a zoning requirement that should be allowed without question, so that we might have more opportunities to build more much needed housing. I believe it would also, allow for continued kind of mixed use, so we could potentially see more businesses, small businesses, set up shop in our downtown Morro Bay, which, in turn will help create a more vibrant downtown area. As I said, I live in Morro Bay. I have a small family, and we're growing, and we intend to make the Central Coast, and specifically Morro Bay, our home for the long haul. And I'd love to have a place that is our downtown, that's walkable, that has diversity in buildings and in things to offer. And I think that alleviating some of the building requirements for downtown, specifically the 37-foot height requirement, is an absolute smart thing to do, and Morro Bay will ultimately benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. AGP.
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Going back to Glenn Silloway.
Okay. Welcome, Glenn.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me this time. I always miss that unmute button because it disappears on my screen. But I do appreciate you taking my comment tonight. Before I get into I'm the president of the Historical Society of Morro Bay. That's why I'm here. But before I get started, I just want to say that I've spent about an hour and a half now listening to my fellow citizens making comments about important issues, and I'm just impressed by how many of them have done some really good research on this stuff. These are comments that are coming from thoughtful background, and I want you all to know I appreciate what you've been doing on this. The reason I'm here is to thank the city for the community grant program, for funding that, and for allowing us to participate as a society and for considering our request to help with the Franklin Riley Park. As you know, our society has been working to realize a community-friendly upgrade to the new Franklin Riley Park ever since you supported our request to rename the little triangle of open space on the bluff above Tidelands Park to honor Franklin Riley. Franklin Riley was the American from Indiana who homesteaded the area we now know as downtown and started the development of the modern town. The society has a good low-impact plan for the park with input from the city and with the neighbors of the park. One part of the plan is to fabricate and install several pieces of permanent signage, with one panel to be about Franklin's life and times. We need to mention him, to remark on him, to describe him, and to let people know where we came from. We are confident we can compete and install these signs by next June, and I hope you will continue to support the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. AGP, further public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
Okay, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And first, I want to thank lots of people for coming out tonight. It's great to see community engagement, community involvement. I appreciate that greatly. With regard to item B1, I'll ask Mr. Graham to address that during that item. There were just a couple of things, but I do believe he's taken notes. If not, I have a list, Scott, of things that we can make sure that we answer with regard to that. Ladies and gentlemen, just an update. I just want to say that I believe all of us up here share the concerns you have about a proposed battery energy storage facility. Number one, from a safety standpoint, safety from the standpoint of this council, I believe is number one, and if I misspeak for any of us, please correct me. Number two, the numerous issues of concern that you have brought up are very important to us to hear, very important to consider in terms of making a determination regarding this project. But I want to say again, number one, it's a project that has been proposed by a private owner or a private property owner to the city of Morro Bay. Yes, there are zoning issues that must be considered, but there are literally hundreds of issues that have to be vetted or fully looked at through a process called CEQA, which results in an environmental impact report. That proposal by Vistra has gone directly to our planning department. The city council has considered nothing. We've seen nothing. We've made no decisions whatsoever. The planning commission has seen nothing, has discussed nothing, has made no decisions whatsoever with regard to a battery energy storage facility. And so, again, I'm taking extensive notes and appreciate the continued comment, and feel free to come and continue to comment on this. This is a process that will take many months before it even gets to the point where it will arrive at the Planning Commission. At that time, there will be public hearings, a number of them, where on the record public hearings and explanations of all of the issues of concern that have been determined through the CEQA EIR process will be brought forward. That will be debated by the Planning Commission. Your input will be greatly appreciated at that. We'll get, I'm sure, lots of information about time of meetings, but again, we're many months away from that timing. And then the last part of the process is the Planning Commission makes a recommendation regarding the project to the City Council. And at that time, there's public hearings again, at which time we'd love to hear from you on all the concerns that are raised and all the information that is presented. I do want to make note that the 11/16, that is November 16th public meeting at the Community Center, 5:30 to 7:30, is a Vistra-sponsored event. Mr. Yeager mentioned that. That would be a good general overview, from what I understand, of what their proposal is, but again, is not being put on by the city, nor is it a city-sanctioned program. But I do appreciate that information because the community needs to hear as much as they possibly can about the truth about all of the issues associated with the BEST. So continue to come out, and we'll continue to take notes and listen, and we do take your public comment, and we keep that, both written and publicly brought here. But again, we're involved in a long process. I have no a feeling one way or the other if this is the right thing for Morro Bay because the information hasn't been presented to us. So I just wanted to go over that information again and make sure that everybody was aware of that with regard to the BEST project itself. So with that, I'll go ahead and move us on to the next item. Oh, I think, Betty, I wanted to answer a couple things you said. I apologize. Dana, can you remind us when, I think Ms. Winholtz was asking about, I have a note here in the back, I think, about when we do publish the information regarding public comments and what the policy is.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Any agenda correspondence received after the publishing of the agenda through the weekend is published on Monday, typically between 10 and 11 a.m. There was none received as of yesterday. It was all received this morning. So we published an update actually twice this morning.
Great, thank you. And do we know if we have a website update on quote-unquote the municipal code link? Is that there, not there?
Just did a search, both using Google and then the city website, and then I think Dana did the same thing, and it came up number one response. So maybe I can talk to Betty offline.
Okay, we'll help her out.
Yep.
All right, good. Well, again, appreciate you coming out. We will probably take a public health break here for about 5 minutes. Reconvene. I have 7:16, so that would be 7:21. We'll reconvene and go through our consent agenda. Thank you again. We'll be right back. Are you ready? Oh, good deal. Whoa. All right. Thank you. Thank you. We're back in session. That brings us now to our consent agenda. This is item A1 actually through A10. And public comment is now open for consent agenda. Any member of the public wishing to comment on that? I don't think I have any speaker slips, do I, Dana? Please do so now. Seeing none, AGP, do we have any public comment on consent?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
I'll close public comment for the consent agenda, bring it back to council, ask if there are any items to pull.
A3.
A3, sir, yes, you have it. Any others? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve all but A3.
I'll move to approve all consent items except A3.
Second?
Motion and a second to approve all consent agenda items except for A3. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, if we could please do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion
and
carries 5-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Heller, sir, A3.
Thank you, Mayor. So on this one, Mr. Kwolek, welcome back, by the way. Nice to see you. It sounds like you're reorganizing the structure here so that you have more efficient workforce and fewer supervisors. And anyway, it looks like a good direction that you're taking the department. As I understand it correctly, this will not increase the number of FTEs for the city. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Will it impact the total salary for the wastewater, water, and collection departments?
I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm sorry?
I didn't catch your question.
Oh, okay. Will the current budget that we have for the wastewater and water and collection salaries be adequate to
Yes.
support this change?
Yes.
Okay. And my next question is, as we move forward with the IPR project, do we have sufficient staff on board with your reorganization in mind to manage the IPR project, or will we be needing to hire more people in the future?
Excellent question, Councilmember Heller. I would first say that it depends on the operational strategy that we choose to employ when implementing the IPR program. Certainly, if we were to run IPR full-time at night, in the morning, in the afternoon, and if it was a manual system, we would need more staff. That probably is not the most effective or efficient use of the system. We may choose to use the system in a readiness to serve mode and only use it full-time in cases of extended droughts. And we would potentially then hire up during those periods. But the short answer is we don't have all that laid out just yet. It also depends on the equipment that we put in, if it's more manual or if it's automated. You know, it would require more staff, obviously, if it's more manual. So we'd like to, of course, make it as automated as possible, but we don't have a full design of the system at this time. So we are going to be learning more about what opportunities we have in that regard, and then as part of our evaluation, we'll be looking at what is the optimal operational strategy with IPR in terms of, should we be running it full-time? Do we need to run it full-time? Is it more expensive? Is it cost-effective, et cetera?
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you for that, Greg. I'd like to move approval of item A3.
I'll second that. Motion for approval of A3 and second. Any further comments or discussion?
Just a point of order. The doors were closed and I couldn't get in to comment on a consent agenda items. I just wanted to.
Thanks, Betty. Sorry. Any further comments on A3? Okay, take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Betty, I apologize, action's already been taken. So,
Well, I appreciate that, but may I make my comments on other items on the consent agenda since I was...
all of them have been approved. Yeah, sorry. Okay, that brings us to our first public hearing item. It's B1. That is, let's see, what we got here. Where are you, B1? B1 is a public hearing. This is introduction and first reading of ordinance 654 with amendments to Morro Bay Municipal Code repealing Title 17 and replacing with adoption of zoning code, coastal implementation plan, and associated waterfront master plan and municipal code amendments. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Graham. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We're kind of organizing the table here for a second, but we're definitely happy to bring forward the update of the city's zoning code. It's been a long time coming and been pretty well vetted through the at least initial phases of going through planning commission and whatnot. So we're happy to bring it to you this evening. Bring up the presentation now. Okay, the items that we're going to discuss as it relates to the zoning code are the project objectives, input from the Public and Coastal Commission, recommendation from your Planning Commission to the City Council, several of the associated amendments that are necessary to Morro Bay Municipal Code to bring this forward, as well as to the Waterfront Master Plan, and then finally staff's recommendation. Project objectives for the project. Idea is that it's consistent with the city's and implements the city's general plan, local coastal program that you adopted a little over a year ago. One of the consistent themes when we were getting ready to go, when we were going through the general plan update process, as well as the zoning code update process, was related to design and community concerns about neighborhood character and protection of that, and then project design. So when I started working for the city about 8 years ago, we didn't have much in the way of design policies, and now you have a, residential design guidelines, you have a design element in your general plan, you have a chapter in the city's draft zoning code that's before you this evening that deals with design. You have design policies in your downtown and waterfront strategic plan. So we have lots of design policies now versus what we had, say, 7-8 years ago. Also, the idea is to update it. Our current code is over 30 years old. It's outdated. It's not cross-referenced. You've probably heard me say this before, but there's lots of gotcha items in there. If you know your zoning and you look at the development standards, you think, I'm good and I'm fine, and there's something in another chapter that tells you you can't do what you wanted to do. The idea behind this update is to eliminate those types of things and to make the code easier to use, again, more modernized, and have clear and concise policies so lay people can read it and understand what the requirements are in it, and can find their way and move around the document. So I think we've done that. Moving on to input and some of the items that we've been working with the Coastal Commission on. We do have a comment summary matrix that's a link in the staff report and does provide all of the public comment that's come in through the Planning Commission process. So it's public comment, it's comment from the Coastal Commission, it includes comments from the Planning Commission. In association with that, we say what changes were made to the document, if any, and if there were no changes made, we give a brief explanation as to why. So if you look through that comment, there's, I don't know, over 100 and something in there. We spent a lot of time working with Coastal Commission staff on the formatting of the document, and they actually made a recommendation to us that we not have the implementation plan be also the entirety of the zoning code, and I'll speak a little bit more to that here in a minute, but we pulled it out, and it actually represents just a couple of chapters and a few sections. Why that's important is that it allows us to update it more easily, and a lot of the sections can be updated without going to Coastal Commission for approval, which is nice because that's a long process. A lot of the, I would say, the document was probably about 90% baked back in 2018, and over the last several years been working with Coastal Commission staff on sort of the coastal issue policies that are centered on visitor serving accommodations, environmental justice, ESHA, or environmentally sensitive habitats, view preservation, and coastal hazards preservation. The Planning Commission did review this last on September 20th, where they adopted Resolution 08-2022, recommending approval of the draft zoning code to you this evening. The original draft of the zoning code was released again in 2018. That was after being reviewed by the General Plan Advisory Committee and Planning Commission. The Coastal Commission was involved in providing us sort of the last few pieces of input that we needed to finalize the document. So back in about 2018, again, I think we were about 90% complete with the drafting of the document, maybe 95, pending some input from the Coastal Commission on our implementation plan policies. We held 3 Planning Commission meetings on the adoption draft, 1 in August and then 2 in September. And then the Planning Commission, when we were getting ready to bring forward the adoption hearings, requested that we do it in a format recognizing that the project, and meaning the zoning code, was mostly done and complete, and was completed by others, meaning previous planning commissions and the General Plan Advisory Committee did most of the heavy lifting for it. They realized that there was just about 5 or 10% left of it, and they said, why don't you bring us in a format that's the top 10 list of the major changes, so we can just take a look at those and discuss those. And so that's the way that we brought it forward to them, and that's the way that we're bringing it forward to you this evening. So on to the top 10 changes. The first one, change relates to the Coastal Resources chapter 1714. And that's what I was talking about earlier. We reduced the amount of the implementation plan piece of it to limit it to just chapters 17.11, 17.14, 17.39, and 2 sections, one related to LCP program implementation and the other related to short-term vacation rentals. So that's a much pared down version and limits the area where we have to consult the Coastal Commission when we want to do updates to the code, which is fantastic. There were no recommended changes from the Planning Commission to that section. The development standards was the next item on the top 10, and that dealt with chapters 17.07 and 17.08. The Planning Commission requested that we delete hotels and motels as a conditionally permitted use in the residential, the high-density residential zoning classification. Concept behind that was the preservation of affordable housing. We have several other locations in the code where our zoning classifications that allow for visitor serving commercial, specifically hotels and motels, and they're allowed in the visitor serving commercial areas, the transitional mixed use areas, community commercial and neighborhood commercial zones as well. So there was plenty of opportunities for those types of uses in other areas, and so the Planning Commission made the recommendation to delete that from the high-density residential zone. They also made a change to allow mobile home parks as a conditionally permitted use in the visitor serving commercial zone. And again, this revision was made based on preservation of affordable housing. Moving on to item 3 of the top 10. This is the one that we're probably going to have some additional conversation on this evening, I would imagine, and that's the change to commercial heights. The commercial heights that came out of the 2018 edition of the zoning code had it at 37 feet for kind of the corridor that runs down Morro Bay Boulevard and then turns north on Main Street. Planning Commission reviewed this and had a lot of discussion about it, and directed that we amend the code to leave it at the 30-foot height limitation, and then to come before the City Council and recommend that a Design District Planning Commission subcommittee be formed to take a look at what it might look like to go to 37 foot and where and why we might want to do that. And so their request was that the council authorize the subcommittee in that work to move forward, so that maybe in the future we could bring back the 37-foot height limit, maybe with a little more study on it. So that was the request, and that so the code, this was removed from the draft code, and you'll see that if you look at the track changes version of the code, it's been deleted. This is the map that shows the area where the 37-foot would be. You had the lighter kind of colored areas and the darker areas. Originally it was all of those, which was about 140 or so parcels. The Planning Commission, back in the 2018 timeframe, reduced it down to kind of that center dark area there, and that represents about 75 parcels. So that was the last conversation that was had on it before it was removed recently by the Planning Commission. Top 10 change number 4, this dealt with some citywide regulations related to fence heights and accessory structures. Planning Commission requested that we revise the setback regulations for accessory structures that are smaller than 120 square feet and lower than 8 feet in height to allow them along the property lines in the rear yard of a home. So behind the house, not in the area adjacent to the home, but behind the house. And so we made those edits. They also requested that we revise the fence height requirements for front yard setbacks in the northeast Morro Bay, so north of Alvapal Creek and east of Highway 1. Those are some of in the areas over there where we have small lots. And we had citizens coming forward saying, allow us to have some taller fences in this area. So the increase is 1 foot in this area in the front yard. And the request was to provide privacy for them because most of them don't have rear yards. And so they hang out in their front yards because they're required to have that setback and they wanted a little more privacy. And so that's where this came from, and it applies only to that area in town. Otherwise, fences in the front yards are 3 foot if solid and 4 foot if 50% open to light and air. Let's see, top 10 items 5. We made some changes to the non-conforming policy in the city's zoning ordinance. If you were proposing an addition to a non-conforming residential structure and that addition exceeded 25% of the existing square footage, it required you to go to Planning Commission. We've removed that requirement now, and we've also added a policy that if you say had a non-conforming setback, say the side setback was a 5-foot requirement, but the house was at 3, it allows you to continue that 3-foot setback along if you're doing an addition, say, to the rear of the house or something along those lines. It allows you to maintain that. The idea there is to incentivize additions to homes, not homes being torn down. And if you've ever been in a house and seen what it looks like when we make them notch it to meet setback requirements, it's pretty odd and not a great, not very comfortable when you go inside of them. So that was something that the Planning Commission championed as far as including and supported. We've reduced parking requirements in both our residential and non-residential areas. We've eliminated the requirement for a garage in our single-family residential neighborhoods. You're still required to provide parking for the house, but it just doesn't have to be enclosed anymore. And now with ADU law and whatnot, those are being converted to living spaces anyway, so it seemed, pertinent to remove that as a more modern policy from a parking standpoint. We've also reduced the parking requirements for existing commercial spaces in town in North Morro Bay. As an example, along North Main, you can go in and out of those commercial spaces. You can go from a tchotchke shop to a restaurant, which might be considered a more intense use without providing additional parking. We've expanded that policy to all commercial areas in town, and that's so we can maintain occupancy in our commercial buildings. Otherwise, you're doing some kind of math gymnastics to get them to fit into these areas for no real reason. So we extended that policy throughout the city. You have a new sign ordinance. We put this together probably back in 2017 and been waiting for the zoning code to come forward to implement it, so it's kind of an exciting thing as well. In those 3 sections, you can see that the Planning Commission made no recommended changes to them. Those are just the policies of the top 10. Item 8, design. So looking at chapters 1738 and 42. The design review chapter basically establishes the review authority for the types of projects that go to Planning Commission and the types of projects that are reviewed by staff. The plan development overlay, as we know it, is now gone. We have another one in here, but it's a real plan development policy versus the one that we had previously. And we're replacing it with design review chapter and the modifications chapter. And so how you get relief from some of the city's policies are found in those chapters now. And we have a standard sort of normalized plan development overlay, again, that really is applied to larger projects and is adopted like that. A project would come through that and would be adopted by ordinance, actually, when it comes through. through. So a change in how we use the plan development permit process, and really it reflects a real plan development process versus the thing that we had before that was called that in the zoning code and was really kind of something else. We had some recommendation from the Planning Commission to accept some changes based on public comment that we received, specifically from John Mandeville, a former community development director in the city of St. Louis. Nice to have talented people in the city that are retired and can provide their assistance. And that was and the suggestion was made to tie our text in our zoning code that relates to the design review to the character areas that are identified in the general plan. It was a great comment and suggestion, so that change has been made. Housing, everybody's always interested in housing. We updated several of the policies in the code, updated the inclusionary requirements, the density bonus. We now have requirements related to single-family homes. If you're going to propose a house over 2,500 square feet, you're required to provide an ADU or pay an in lieu fee. Same thing if you're going to do a multifamily project. If the units are over 1,500 square foot, same thing. You're required to provide an ADU or pay an in lieu fee. And we've reduced the inclusionary requirement, and it kicks in after 5 units. So made some changes there to, again, support housing. We've also expanded in our commercial areas the mixed use allowance. In most of our commercial zones, you're allowed to do housing as well, above and behind. We've set the density for that housing at the maximum at high density residential. So it's kind of an open arms policy, I would say, to if somebody can come up with a unique idea and fill it in at 27 units an acre, then so be it. And one of the changes that the Planning Commission came up with also related to the use of in lieu fees. The code originally said that when we collect housing in lieu fees, that they would only be utilized inside city limits. They said, well, let's not tie our hands. What if we partner with the county and come up with a great affordable housing project that serves the citizens of Morro Bay, but it's right outside city limits? Perhaps we should be able to use the funds that way, and so let's not tie our hands. Let's create the policy, allow that to happen, but then state that the policy really is priority given to projects located in city limits. Some of the other housing initiatives that we're working on are related to some of the grant funding. They're not in the code necessarily. We're going to continue to work on ADU policy updates because the law just changed again, and we have new changes that are going to go into effect on January 1. We're working on a couple of things that will be in the zoning code later. They'll trail behind this effort, and that is the development of residential by right policies. And then associated with that would be objective design standards that are applied to those. And we're working with our RM design group right now on that. And that should be coming back probably in the first quarter of next year for review by Planning Commission and City Council. We're also working, and we're almost done with the ADU package plans that we can give out to free to folks. We literally went through the last review this week, and we're just about done. So that's something we'll be rolling out at the beginning of next year, I think, and putting on the program on the city's website. Our online building permit submittal program is up and running and working, and the next phase of that will be to apply it also to planning permits, but we haven't done that yet. We've updated the zoning code to comply with state law, and we have a little bit more to do with the accessory dwelling units. We've also included SB 9 policies. That's the lot split in single-family neighborhoods. Those policies are also in the zoning code. Planning Commission made no recommended changes to those policies, but they are in the code. We had a lot of sort of cleanup, amendments and amendments that were suggested by outside citizens. One of them, as an example, would be in the waterfront zoning. We had a required 10-foot setback at the rear for those waterfront properties. Kathy Novak made a suggestion that we require it really to specifically say what we want back there, and that's a minimum 10-foot harbor walk. It's a great idea. Planning Commission thought so as well. We made, based on our conversations with the Coastal Commission staff on the low-cost visitor terminal accommodation policies, we made several edits to that as well. Then we updated, the inclusionary requirements. We made a change to the waterfront master plan, just a reference to how the permitting requirements that go along with that. We've also made several updates to the municipal code. There are a lot of references in various chapters of the municipal code that reference back to specific sections in the zoning code. Those all had to be updated, and that's what you see kind of in that number 2 bullet there. And the last 2 bullets relate to the environmental review that's done for the project. As you'll recall, back in 2021, the council adopted the environmental impact report for the general plan update. The zoning code is required to be consistent with the general plan and implement the general plan. It does those things. And there's nothing that's come out of this process that wasn't otherwise considered in that EIR. And that allows us to move forward without any additional environmental work on that, subject to, specifically to California Environmental Quality Act Guidelines Section 15162. So those findings are also in the ordinance. And lastly, our recommendation is that you, again, review the Planning Commission's recommendation that you introduce Ordinance 654 for first reading, and that you repeal Title 17 and then replace it with the proposed zoning code. And it also references the text amendments that I mentioned to the Waterfront Master Plan, the miscellaneous amendments to the Morro Bay Municipal Code, and then the finding related to CEQA that I already mentioned. I will take this opportunity at the end of the presentation to cover a couple of items that were brought up during public comment this evening. One of the items was by Barbara Dorr, and she referenced the Bay Pines mobile home and RV park over there off South Bay Boulevard, and indicated that we were changing the zoning of that property. We're not. The zoning is not changing. The current zoning of that area is visitor serving commercial, and we remain that. There's no change. I think lastly, we had comments from Rigmore and Manaya Bedekin, I think if I probably butchered that, related to land use changes on Market Avenue, really for the Sun Bulletin building. Current zoning of that property is C2. It is in what was a specific plan area that is being removed by the zoning code now, and those policies from that are incorporated into the zoning code. The land use and the zoning does change over there to community commercial. Which is more along the lines of things that you see on Morro Bay Boulevard and Main Street, those types of things. I do not agree that it's a downzoning of the property. It's not. Actually, you have more uses that are allowed there. The visitor serving commercial use of the property was never that, you know, and but it does, our community commercial zone does allow for visitor serving commercial uses in it. So it's not that inconsistent with it. So there's a whole, you know, like it allows for hotels and motels and those types of things in the community commercial zone. Really the thing that wouldn't be allowed now and really wasn't previously would be like a fish processing, you know, business in that location. And that's kind of what the Planning Commission, General Plan Advisory Committee, you know, thought when they looked at this area. They said it's transitioning away from this sort of like heavier industrial type use that you find in what used to be the C2 zone. And it's really going into more of this lighter commercial use that you see in our C1 zones. So hence the change to community commercial. And that was kind of the thought process that went into that. That was, you know, that came out of the General Plan Advisory Committee and then filtered through Planning Commission, who also agreed with that. They brought these issues up to the Planning Commission on multiple occasions, and then each time the Planning Commission said, no, this is where this area is going, and we think the land use and the zoning is appropriate for what's happening there. We've put a lot more housing right across the street from this now, so having this sort of like higher industrial type use there wouldn't really be appropriate, even from a neighborhood traffic standpoint or from, you know, just the overall use transition that's taking place in that neighborhood. So that's the reason why it's changed to what it is. I think there are a lot of, you know, use opportunities that apply to that property that would be really great in that building if, say, the existing tenant were to move out. I think they have a lot of opportunity there. So I think that was it from the commentary from the public on the zoning code out of public comment. If there's anything I missed, please feel free to ask me questions. And with that, I will turn it back over to the council.
Great, no, I think you got both of the items that I had written down as well. Thank you and everybody involved for the great work that you've done. Boy, it's been going on a long time. A monster project, I call it. These are monster projects that have been in the works for a significant amount of time with a lot of processing and public comment, and I appreciate all of the work that staff has done. I also want to just highlight the Planning Commission. As you've stated, you know, 3 public hearings, 8/16, 9/6, and 9/20 of 22. I reviewed it, lots of public comment, lots of input, great discussion. thanks for our liaison and your work there with those planning commissioners. But I thought it was just an excellent process, an excellent review. So this is a public hearing, and as always, we start off with our presentation, then council Q&A, and then I'll open up the public hearing, which would be public comment time. And then after that, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back for council discussion and any action. So maybe I can start with some questions that I have, Mr. Graham and/or whomever you may want to answer. Can you describe for me the process by which the city gathered or garnered initial public input for the general plan and zoning plan or zoning code update, the process?
How we garnered initial public input.
Yeah.
We had stakeholder interviews. We had public workshops. That was way back in the very beginning of Plan Morro Bay, which is the two pieces. It's the general plan and the zoning code piece. And then we've had over 80 public meetings, meaning general plan advisory committee meetings, planning commission meetings, to review the policy language that's in the document that's before you this evening. So lots of opportunity for folks to weigh in. Folks weighed in throughout the process multiple times. Attended many of the meetings. A lot of the same people. Some, a lot of new faces as well. But we did get a lot of public input. Before I wrap up my comments, I neglected to introduce the folks that are sitting next to me. I have our senior planner, Cindy Jason, and our zoning consultant, Martha Miller, here. I apologize for not introducing them earlier.
We knew Cindy, but we didn't know who in the heck it was on the right-hand side of us. So, but welcome. Thank you. Thank you for that. I was just trying to get a sense.
We have a couple. Cindy wanted to add something to the public
please,
comment
Cindy.
piece. Yeah.
I just wanted to add your question about describe the input that we took for citizen input.
Yeah.
As Scott mentioned, the project started in it actually started in 2014 when we did the plan for the plan. And knowing that there are multiple ways to reach the community, we did a lot of different things beyond just public meetings and beyond just stakeholder groups. We also did signs that we posted around town for people who didn't have computer access, and just a 3-question telephone survey to get the word out, like the city's launching this general plan and zoning code update. We did Facebook social media posts, we did website posts, we created a dedicated planning website, and also surveys. I believe even back then we might have done a utility mailer survey, but the phone survey, very non-tech, low-key way, it was very popular, very successful. We had a lot of comments on that, and knowing that sometimes it's hard to get people to see a sign posted around town and pick up a phone and dial it. But that was just a more out-of-the-box type of thinking to get the word out to the community.
Yeah, we had over 400 responses to that phone survey.
Is that right? That's amazing. So, extensive outreach and extensive, community input over a large number of years, actually a long number of years. And then we formed, as a council, the GPAC, General Plan Advisory Committee, as I recall. And I know the previous planning commission, not the current commissioners, but the previous planning commission actually reviewed this with GPAC's input. And they supported the 37-foot heights in the downtown area. Is that correct? And can you tell me what their rationale was and what their discussion kind of summarized that and what their thoughts were?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's the Planning Commission was looking carefully at things we could do to incentivize, and we heard this also from the input that we received through the process. So it was a good first question, good second question. How we can incentivize reinvestment in our community, and one of the things they thought about, and one of the things that we heard from our business community was it would be great if we had more people that lived in the downtown and that could patronize our businesses here. And so that's when we looked at increasing the height there so we could get 3-story buildings. So maybe you could have real residential above some of the commercial. And that's largely, where the conversation started, and why that policy ended up in the code was a desire to incentivize redevelopment in the city because we weren't getting much. And maybe it adds a little bit of a carrot to folks to come in and maybe want to do something, or it makes it pencil out for them, whereas maybe just building a commercial building might not. So that was the sort of synopsis of the conversations that were had around that.
But they diminished, the former planning commission diminished the footprint, the original footprint, correct?
They did. They reduced it down to that 150 150-something lots down to 75. And the reason they did that was they said, hey, we should test this out to see if it's right for Morro Bay, and we should be a little more judicious in how we roll this out. And if it's working well and we like what it looks like, then we can always expand it. It's hard to put the genie back in the bottle, though, so they wanted to be a little more restrained, and that's kind of where that came from.
Okay, so right now, with the proposal, if it were to go forward with 37 feet, with the existing map that you showed earlier, the constricted map, how many blocks would be encompassed approximately? Do you have any idea?
We're counting.
How many downtown blocks would be?
We're counting right now.
Yeah, just trying to get an idea. I see the picture, but.
Be 9.
Be 9 blocks, okay. And
they're not full blocks.
Not full blocks.
Yeah, I mean, those are basically the lots that are front on Morro Bay Boulevard and front on Main. Those blocks are often a couple of lots wide, and so the ones on the outside would not be included in those. So it would really just be those that are lining those thoroughfares.
Okay. And any other area of the city impacted by this 37-foot height limit?
It's just those areas.
Just those areas
Yeah.
there? Okay. And do we anticipate rapid change would occur if we approved a height limit of 37 feet? In other words, would you expect that over a period of a couple of years or several years, that it would radically change the downtown and the facade and so forth and so on?
No, I mean, most of these properties in these areas are developed. And people, when you have developed properties, it's not very often that, they come forward and they're going to tear down the building and build something new. And you can see that, right? I mean, guys have all been in Morro Bay for a while, and we don't have a whole lot of change in the downtown. There hasn't been a lot of redevelopment there. We get a little bit of investment here and there. I think the Siren, right? They spent, quite a bit of money in that place, lifting that facility up. And now we have the old Bank of America building. Scouts going in there and going to redo it, but that's been kind of a long process too. And those are kind of the big ones in that area, really. So I don't anticipate there being massive change. No, you just hope that when somebody does come forward that wants to do something, or maybe a piece of property goes up for sale, then it gives them an option maybe for something to consider. And so we have talked with a couple of the property owners down there about it, just to kind of see what they would think about it. And so, yeah, I mean, there's no real intention or anybody that's waiting in the wings to come in if you make the change. So.
And so the current planning commission obviously had a different thought. And could you just summarize for the audience what the concern was to not go to 37 feet initially?
Yeah, there was the concern about what is it going to do to the downtown? What is it going to look like? They had a desire to, be a little more, I guess, thoughtful. They were concerned that we didn't have enough, sort of policy direction related to design to get us there. And so that's why they said we'd like to study it a little bit more. We want authorization from the council to form our subcommittee to go do that. That was largely the request, and those were largely the reasons why they made the change.
Okay. And what are the potential consequences of not extending the heights from the current 30-foot to 37-foot height, original proposal, I should say? I mean, what impacts do you see on development and or future for the city, and what might happen to the downtown if that isn't changed?
It's at 30 feet now. You don't see much redevelopment happening in the downtown like I just discussed. We're hoping that this would be like one carrot to incentivize, someone to do something down there to invest in the community. Part of the problem down there is, they're small lots. And so you have to assemble pieces of property to get something to make it work at 30 feet. Whereas maybe you can do something a little bit, it's expensive to go 3 stories. It's not necessarily cheap, but it might make something more, make it pencil out a little bit better if they were able to do it, and they can do it on a little bit smaller footprint. So maybe it's more likely to happen. And we don't know because we don't have the 37-foot in place, but those are the conversations that surrounded it. So.
Would the likelihood of new housing being built at a 37-foot allowance level be greater than a 30-foot level?
I believe so, yes.
So it could stimulate housing growth in the downtown area, in the area outlined there?
Yeah.
Okay. And will, in the future, no matter what happens, won't the Planning Commission automatically review any project that comes forward for approval?
Yeah, the Planning Commission will, and like I was mentioning earlier, we have a lot of now design policy around the downtown area. We have a design element in the general plan, a design chapter specifically in the zoning code. We have the downtown and waterfront strategic plan that covers the downtown. So we have a lot of design policy, which to frame, whatever development comes forward. So there's a lot of tools in the toolbox now versus, what we used to have, which wasn't much.
And just to daylight it for the public, did you receive input from the Chamber of Commerce on this specific item, and what was it?
Yeah, the Chamber of Commerce provided, a comment letter today, that encouraged the council to go to the 37-foot. They're interested in housing. Housing is good business, is the quote I'll put around it. I'm sure we'll hear from Erica Crawford, Chamber CEO, later. Probably make that exact same comment. And that's where they come at. They hear the concerns, right, from the business community. I've heard it. You've probably all heard it as well. They can't get enough employees to fill shifts in restaurants. They can't, have enough employees, to fill out the needs that they have. And part of that has to do with housing. We have a lack of housing at that level for folks. And so if you're putting in apartment type housing, those are the types of units that maybe people that are working in those facilities would live in. So we don't have enough of those, and most of our folks are commuting from out of the area in. That's from North County and other places. But so if we can put some more of those housing units, like apartment type units in the downtown, and that would serve those folks, and they could live and work in the same place, which would be awesome.
Okay, thank you. All the questions I have. Let me turn to my left. Councilmember Ford, do you have questions, ma'am?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Graham, for this report, and two ladies here. You've pretty much covered no, don't apologize. The great questions. I do have one additional question about the height increase. My question is just kind of a clarification question, because it's something that I asked previously to staff, and I think it's appropriate to ask here as well. I know that one of the concerns of the Planning Commission was that we'll have walls, like, massive structures that are just like flat buildings that take away the character of our downtown. Can you explain the preventative measures that could take place to secure the character of our town and not just create a massive street of walls?
Yeah, the concept is as you go up that you step back. It's a little bit of the, I'll call it like the wedding cake factor, that you pull back so you don't have these, flat walls that extend, 30-something feet up in the air. So that would be that's the concept behind it, is you step it back so it provides some relief at the street, and so you don't have these sort of looming buildings that are over the sidewalk, say, in the downtown where you want people walking around and that type of thing. So.
And what part of the process in planning, when does that take place to secure that, or to keep that from happening? Is that during the permitting process when that developer comes to you, the city, with a plan? Can you explain that?
It's part of the design review process that's outlined in the code, and that's when we would be engaging with folks about what the buildings look like and those types of things, and talking with them about all the design policies that pertain to this area and going over those types of things. And that's when you would get into those areas about providing relief to the building, those types of things. So.
Okay, and then the suggestion of creating or doing more studies on whether or not to increase the height. Do you feel as a staff member that enough studying has been done?
You've heard me say this evening several times that we have a lot of design policy to pull from now. I'm very comfortable with that policy because I helped develop most of it, and it's the policy that you need to do projects like that. So I think we do have that. I think it's completely, I think normal, and for commissions that weren't necessarily involved with the creation of those policies, to have concerns about what they mean. So, and I think that's probably, some of what came out of the Planning Commission, discussion on that was, is it enough? And so that's why they asked for, like, hey, let's take a step back and sort of, walk a little more slowly down this road and be a little more, I guess, thoughtful than they thought we were necessarily being with the policies that we have in place now. But I am 100% comfortable with the policies that we have in place to guide the development of buildings like that if they were to be allowed at 37 feet.
Okay, thank you. And that's the only questions I have for the height. I do have a question regarding the in lieu fees for housing. we actually, I had this question written down, and then we got correspondence from Ms. Krista Jeffries, who had this same exact question on her list of questions. And the question is, the in lieu fees, is that per square foot of the total size of the property, or is it only the additional amount over the 2,500 or the 1,500 square feet?
The in lieu fee, I believe, is the overall square footage.
It's the overall square footage. Okay.
Correct.
And she also she gave the suggestion, and you know, and I appreciate Mr. Corda's comment. You know, bringing up more information from correspondence that we received outside of this meeting. She did recommend decreasing that square footage to 2,000 instead of 2,500. What are your thoughts on that?
It's kind of up to the city council. 2,500 or 2,000. I don't have a whole lot of thought related to it either way. I mean, it's something that could be done. I don't think it's a huge change necessarily. I would say that we do get a lot of houses that are in that, like new houses that are in that 2,000 square foot range, kind of from the south end of town, because we have larger lots there, so that's not an uncommon thing to have. If those are the things that you want to, deal with and have ADUs associated with them, that's fine. I would say most of our projects for new homes that come in have ADUs in them. It is in most of the remodels that we have that come in, whether they have additions or not, are coming in with ADUs in them, and that's just kind of the way things are going. That's the trend. So I don't know that it would change much of that. It would be a requirement now as opposed to them doing it on their own. But that is what we are seeing from a development, I guess, standpoint.
Okay.
Trend.
Okay. I'm looking through my notes here. I think that's the only questions that have not been answered. Oh, since you brought it up, you did say that the online permitting program will be used soon. Do you have like an estimated idea of when City Works, right?
It's used now. You can submit a building permit application online.
Okay, so it's being used now.
It's being used right now. We're actually having a conversation this week about doing kind of email blast to all of our contractors and architects to let them know that they can submit through the portal. We were having an issue because we created a specific email address for inquiries on, if they had questions about how to do it or whatnot. And we were having some technical issues with that through our IT department, and so that's being resolved right now. But as soon as that is resolved, then we'll be going out with that. But we're telling people right now as they come in, like, please submit electronically, reduce the amount of paper that we're using, and it's pretty cool, actually. And we're also doing, again, electronic plan checks. So it's all happening electronically. We don't need big sets of plans, big old rolls of plans. We don't need them anymore. So
and saves time, right?
Saves time,
paper. Saves
resources. It's kind of exciting. We're just starting the implementation process now, but we're using it I think, we'll be moving shortly to accepting planning commission applications electronically too. We wanted to do one then the other, not both at the same time, because we didn't want to create a crazy situation. So that's what we're doing.
Okay, great. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Addis, questions?
Yep, I just unwrapped my Halloween chocolate. You caught me. But no, first I want to say thank you to Scott and Cindy and Martha for all of your work, and the Planning Commission and all of the other folks. I know that the GPAC was mentioned, and I think you had 17 different meetings at least when the general plan committee was going. So I know there was a lot that went into this, and frankly, I'm very proud of the focus on increased housing. It's something that council has had a goal for our last 2 goal cycles, so it's really important to me anyway that as we bring things forward, especially of this magnitude, that they align with the city goals. And so I was really glad to see that. And when I had just a couple questions, these have been such amazing questions, but I think you mentioned like a mix. This would increase the mix of housing, more multi-unit housing, but what could you imagine for housing? And if we go to 37 feet, is it that we'd have 3-story buildings for housing, or there'd be little studios on top, or what would that look like in that corridor?
It's really going to depend on the size of the lots, that really drives what you get out of new development. And again, we have a lot of small lots in the downtown, so you either have to assemble a few of them to put it together, but if they can put residential units upstairs, they will. That's what's going to make, probably the project viable. So I think if we're incentivizing that by allowing them to have a little extra height so they could do things along those lines, they'll take advantage of it when somebody comes in and wants to redevelop property, because it's an ability for them to add additional revenue into the stream that builds the project, because you don't necessarily make a whole lot of money building a commercial building, for a restaurant or a gift shop or something along those lines. But yeah, if you put the residential upstairs, it starts penciling out. So.
And then, do you see a nexus? I mean, I know you mentioned this a little bit, but what kind of nexus do you see with our climate goals? I don't remember if we specifically mention walkability and density in the downtown corridor as part of our climate goals. I know we've talked about it under housing, but there's a nexus there.
Those are policies that you have, walkable downtown in your downtown and waterfront strategic plan that you have in your general plan. That is an emphasis for the city, is to reduce our carbon footprint. We have greenhouse gas emission standards in our CAP, Climate Action Plan, that needs to be updated as well. So we do have, those types of policies that suggest, creating walkable communities and those types of things. I mean, so we have that, if that's what you're asking.
And you may have answered this already, but do you see a positive effect on the business community? I know you talked about housing and housing workers and workers being able to get to work more easily, but overall, just for small businesses, new businesses, local businesses, how that might change if the limits were increased?
Yeah, so the changes that are proposed, we looked pretty much at all of our commercial areas and said, let's allow housing there. Even the areas like down along Quintana and those types of area where you were only allowed to have like a security unit, we're like, nope, let's allow it to be the maximum amount there. And yeah, where you're moving, so you're going to be maybe in a little more intense of a commercial, so it might be a little bit noisier, but maybe your units are a little less expensive because it's a little noisier there. But let's not tie people's hands behind their backs. Let's let them build housing if they will. And so that was the whole concept behind it, was let's put housing wherever we can. We're not heard some things to the contrary, but we're not a big industrial community. Most of our commercial areas are, kind of light, industrial type things where you can have housing and where they can mix together well. And so that was the conversation that was had, and that's what the policies reflect, is allow housing in most of our commercial areas, which is, I think, a great thing.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Councilmember Barton, questions, please.
These have both been touched on, the ADU pre-designed plans, and you commented that they would be ready in January, you thought?
Yeah, it's definitely first quarter next year. We reviewed the last piece of the package over the last 2 weeks. And the designs are done, the construction documents are done, the materials that go along with it that tell you how to go through the process are done. This is our last look at it, and they're going to finalize it and then hand it over to the city, and then we're going to post it on our website, and we'll do social media posts and that type of thing to let people know that we have them, and hopefully folks take advantage of them, because you get the plans for free. So that's a nice benefit, I think.
I think they've been pretty eagerly anticipated, and so I'm glad to hear we're finally rounding them up and ready to put it out. And then also the online building permit submittal, I was curious about that also. So if you were to be submitting plans right now, where would you look on the website?
So we have the links and the instructions to the online permitting system on the building division webpage.
Okay.
For the city. So you can go on there and it'll talk you through, how to submit your application. There are instructions on there for you. There are also instructions embedded in the online system, so you can click on them if you're going through it and say, okay, how do I get to the next screen? Or I'm not sure what I'm supposed to put here, and you can click on those and they come up and they give you directions about what you're supposed to be filling in those spaces so you can fill your applications out correctly. Even if you submit some stuff and it's incorrect, it lands in our permit tech's inbox in the permitting system, and so she goes and looks at it and goes, oh, and she can see that, oh, we're missing something, and so she can reach back out and contact them.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's great. Those are the two that were the hot button issues for me, so thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Heller, sir. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to join in thanking staff for this years-long effort. And I remember when I was on GPAC for about a year and a half, and then my brain was just fried because I couldn't figure it all out. So I'm not sure that I'm in a better position today or not, but it's nice to see this process come to a close. I want to thank you all for your work, Martha, and of course, Cindy and Scott. The Planning Commission, I've enjoyed being the liaison with the Planning Commission. I think they've done a stellar job in going through this and sorting through it and coming up with some great suggestions. The one question I want to start off with is we got some communication from Derek Dahlgren, I believe, and this might be a question for the city attorney or for you, Scott, regarding notice to property owners about zone changes. Have we complied with all laws requiring notifying property owners of zone changes?
I'll start and then I can call a friend if he has more to add to it. So when you're doing, large land use document type things, as opposed to say one-off zone changes like we did on Main Street a few months ago, we changed that one piece of property, the zone. We sent out notices to everybody around there, 500-foot notice radius to all the folks there. When you're doing large land use plan type adoptions, and the noticing requirement will require you to send out more than 1,000 notices, the requirement is that you post it in a local paper, and you post it as a 1/8 page ad, and so that's what we did. And so we followed the noticing requirements, both for Planning Commission and City Council for that. We also, I would also note that in the areas that individuals discussing, the land use has already been changed because the City Council adopted the general plan a little over a year ago. So what's coming for you this evening is really the implementation of the land use plan in the form of the zoning code, which is the on the street, like how we actually do things. So.
Okay, so we're in full compliance legally with how we've managed it. Okay. And by the way, Cindy, your comment about posting little notifications around the city, I've always thought that's a great way to get the word out to people, and I'm really impressed you got a response of 400. That's fantastic. Yeah. That's maybe something we can continue to use in other ways. Going on to my questions, so PD overlay, a lot of discussions back and forth with Scott Collins and I about that. If I understand this correctly, PD overlay is going to be deleted. So what about parcels like 3300 Panorama that has the overlay on it? Will that be removed and then they'll use the new regulations for PD? So
you'll be using the new regulations. We still have a plan development overlay in the new code. It's just it's different though, and it really is meant for larger parcels like that. So if they wanted to make use of it, they could. And really, when you would is if you needed some, relaxation, augmentation of the development standards that would otherwise apply, like regular standalone single-family lot is, you got 20-foot front setbacks, 5 on the side and 10 in the rear. We'll say that they need to reduce the size of their lots, or they want to congregate them in one area of the site because there's slope stability issues, as an example. There's topographic issues, it's steep or something. They could do that, and they could use the plan development permit to get there. And so it's a tool, one of many that we have in the toolbox. There's things in other chapters that allow you to make some changes and modifications to the development standards. But when you're looking at an overall project like that, might be one where they do decide to use it, but that decision is yet to be made.
Okay, so that's a property owner decision at this point. So it's a different way of dealing with those kinds of issues when you have ESHAs or slide issues and so forth. So. Right. So it sounds like that would be just a kind of a different way to handle the same issues.
Yeah. It'll be part of the conversations. Like 3300 Panorama is a great example. They have some issues over there of those things. They have ESHA, they have slope stability issues potentially, and so they might need some of that, sort of crafting and reduction in development standards or augmentation to make their project work.
Right.
So
okay.
We certainly could do that.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying the zoning issues that were brought up about the Market Street properties and Bay Pines. I appreciate you responding to those directly and succinctly. Let's just go through the top 10 here. I guess one of the hot ones, of course, is number 3, Commercial Heights. So the Planning Commission, which I think very, very highly of, suggested that a design district Planning Commission subcommittee be formed and look at the 75 or 73 parcels, I believe,
Yeah.
and take a more kind of phased approach, perhaps, with respect to the increased building heights. What do you think of that concept?
Certainly forming a committee like that to look at it could be very successful. Planning commissioners we got some smart folks on the planning commission, several that have been on planning commissions, in other areas for many years. So they've seen all different kinds of development applications and policy development, those types of things. I think the planning commission could sit down and roll up their sleeves in a subcommittee format and maybe get some stakeholder input from other folks that are out there and, kind of look at those lots, specifically where they are, what's on them, and kind of look at, what is appropriate for those. And I think that was kind of the desire of at least the folks that championed that concept, was to kind of go a lot by a lot and see, like, is the 37-foot appropriate for this or not? Or, what does it look like if you do a portion of a block at 37 feet? Do you want the whole block at 37 feet or not? I know that was part of the, sort of commentary that was associated with the discussions that they had.
Is it your sense if the council authorized that to go forward, that they might be able to do that in 90 days perhaps, or even 6 months? Or do you see it as a protracted?
It's probably more like the 6-month-ish process, because you think they have to come up with the policy, they have to form it, they have to bring it back to the planning commission, they have to run it through. If there's policy changes that have to be made to the zoning code, then it has to come back through planning commission recommendation to city council, potentially off to coastal commission. So it's, there's a lot involved in it. So the 6 months probably seems a little more realistic versus the 45 days.
So the 37 feet, is that a magic number for some reason? The new hotel that's being constructed over by the high school, I think we gave them a variance to go to 35 feet. And they've also excavated some, I think. I'm not sure, but in order to get their 3 stories. What are your thoughts about 35 or 34 or 33 feet instead of 37?
So where you get scenarios like that lot has some topography to it. So they were able to get some benefit from the topography because we average the natural grade to measure from. So they get a little bit of benefit there. You see 3-story buildings all around town, right? You're like, and some of them are, probably in aggregate taller than 30 feet, but it's because we measure them from average natural grade, which is how you get to that 3 stories. If you're dealing with it on a flat lot, you get no benefit out of it, and it might not make sense to excavate down because you run into drainage issues and things like that. So if you have a flat lot, 37 feet would allow you to get the 3 stories. On a sloped lot, it might give you something that has more articulation and more pitched roofs, which you might like more than maybe having a flat roof. So.
Do you know, and you probably don't know this, but maybe, do you know the elevation or the height of the building at the corner of, I think, Napa and Morro Bay Boulevard? It has the David Rogers Art Gallery on the first floor. That seems like a pretty tall building. You have any idea?
It's an older building, and I looked through our, I think we made this question, maybe posed it to Scott, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but anyway.
I posed it to Scott because I was curious.
Yep. Yeah, and so I went and looked through our records, and we don't have anything related to the height of the building. So I didn't really have any way to accurately tell how tall it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Six, 7 parking signs. Okay, I'd like to jump down to the, talked about that. Let's go to the housing chapter, number 9. My main, I've got a few specific questions here, which you may have answered, but I just wanted to ask them here in public. So if I understand, I'm obviously, like all of us, we're interested in affordable housing, which is addressed in the inclusionary housing ordinance. And I went through the details, and I appreciate you putting together the information about other cities and how they defined it. And it seems like there are unlimited numbers of ways to look at it. And I can't really sort out what the best way is, but affordable housing, I don't think there's anything more important to the city than affordable side housing, and it does have a nexus to our other goals as well in many ways. So if I understand this correctly, if I build a new 2,400 square foot house in Morro Bay, I will pay no in lieu fees to the IHO fund, and I'll have no requirement to put an ADU on the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If I build a 2,500 square foot house or larger, I pay $25 a foot. If I don't put an ADU on the property, I pay $25 a foot in lieu fee, which is over almost $63,000. Am I doing the math right?
You're doing the math right.
Okay. A commercial property over 2,500 square feet pays $5 a square foot in lieu fee, which is about $12,500. A residential remodel, regardless of lot size or remodel size, will pay no in lieu fees and will not be required to build an ADU. Is that true also, or?
Unless they do an addition that pushes them over 2,500 square feet.
Okay. But if they do the remodel where they say one wall and
We don't
do that
We don't do the remodel where we say.
Oh, I'm showing my age here. That's how we used to do it.
That was a thing, for sure.
That's right. Okay. So my question here is, it seems that the square foot price, let me back up one more question. Over your time period, your time here with the city, how much money have we raised normally or annually in the fund with these in lieu fees?
Not much, because you'd only be getting them in association with development projects, and as you're aware, we haven't had a lot of housing projects that would seek to pay it. And in fact, in lieu fee is an option, but I think the city would be requiring you to provide the units, because that's what we want. We want housing units. We don't want the fees. So not much, really. I don't have the figures, but it hasn't been very much.
Okay, so the high fees, like the $25 per square foot, is designed to drive ADUs or duplexes or whatever you can do with SB 9, right? Why is it so high? I've had homeowners complain to me, hey, I just built this new house. I had to pay $63,000 in fees for inclusionary housing. That seems high to me.
I'm not sure I'm exactly following you. You're if they did that with the proposed fee, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the proposed fee.
Well, yeah, that's the idea, right? If you can build a 2,500 square foot house, then you can provide us an ADU that people can live in. That's the concept. If you're not going to do that, then okay, we have another option. Here you go. It's kind of expensive, but if you want to cut us a check, we'll take it and we'll leverage it to build housing someplace else, or to support an affordable housing project or something like that, like we did with the Haslow project. We did have money, in lieu funds that were sitting in an account, and we did allocate some of those to the project. So,
okay, and then the $5 a square foot for commercial seems to kind of not really incentivize ADUs, or because it's such a small fee to pay. Is that fair to say? Is that the way?
You oftentimes have a smaller number for commercial because you can get bigger commercial buildings. You can get a commercial building that's 50,000 square feet or something. We're probably not going to get a whole lot of those in Morro Bay, but that's why. It's just because the scale of the buildings that you're getting are typically larger than single-family homes.
Okay. So one of the things in looking at other cities, right now we have a 10% policy, right, for affordable housing. I looked at other cities. San Jose has a 5, 5, and 5 program, so it's 15%, 5% for extremely low, I believe, and 5% very low, 5% low. Isn't that the affordable piece that we really need here in this city? And if so, why haven't we structured ours in that way?
When we were looking at it, we were looking at options related. I've seen programs like that. It seemed more straightforward to kind of have it the way that we have it right now. Certainly, those are places we could go with the policy if that was a desire of council. You always want to be careful, our inclusionary requirement's 10%. And then we have all these other, requirements now that we're putting in there based on size of units and things that you have to provide us. You always want to be careful when you're doing the inclusionary amount and you're going the 10, maybe to like a 15% or what have you, because now you're starting to make other units in the development more expensive. And it's always a little bit of a balance. I think, you heard the other day meeting with people self-help housing that they're incentivized to provide affordable housing because of the tax credit race, I'll call it, at the very low income levels, which means we don't get any that are really at the low income level, the moderate income level, and we probably have a lot of folks that could use housing in there and we're not providing it. So it sort of leads into that discussion about missing middle and things like that. So you do have to be careful about how you're structuring it, because that's going to be foisted upon those more expensive units. It makes the market rate ones more expensive, potentially.
So we've talked a lot about affordable housing. Do you think this policy that we're looking at is going to drive affordable housing for those lower income levels?
Yeah, I think it incentivizes ADUs, which is a good thing. We again, I mentioned this earlier, we had a lot of applications. Most of the applications that come in that are any sort of significant remodel or addition comes in with an ADU in them. So people are building them, they want to build them, and they're using them for various reasons. One, can they afford to stay here or afford to stay on the Central Coast? They can rent it out. Some are using it for, aging parents and things like that. So they're getting used for that, which is a good thing. So it kind of depends. I think we are getting a lot of those though, and we see them from almost every application that comes in, for development, like I explained, will have one of these in it. So it's, serving to provide housing, that's less expensive, kind of affordable by design, if you will.
Okay. Those will be market driven in terms of their rental rates, though, right?
They will be.
The ADUs?
They are, yeah. We're not deed restricting them.
Right. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm almost done here with that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely.
Martha and Cindy.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. Appreciate that. Okay, that takes care of council questions. I'll go ahead and open up public comment and open up the public hearing for item B-1. I do have speaker slips I'll start with. And so up first is Mr. Derek Dahlgren. Mr. Dahlgren, please. And welcome.
Let's see. My name's Derek Dahlgren. I live at 733 Harbor. I'm speaking at behalf on all the owners of 733 and 741 Harbor Street. We're requesting that the City Council not take any action regarding the Planning Commission's recommendations and zoning amendments to Title 17 of Morro Bay Municipal Code. The reasoning is the proposed amendments affect permanent uses and intended uses of real property within the city limits. In addition, as a direct consequence of these changes, the entire population of the city is affected because of the change of shape, feature, structure, and its tourist attracting waterfront. Additionally, the effects not only affect construction projects, also projects involve modifications of existing structures and overall appearance of the city. In addition, the amendments affects the population's access to housing within the city, of what types are acceptable, where in the city they may be constructed. The proposed amendments were developed by the Planning Commission without notice to the real property owners affected by the changes. To the general public as a whole, I've attached Exhibit A, page 3 clearly states Planning Commission must give real property owners notice by mail or personal service of any hearings that may be scheduled regarding modifications of existing codes reflecting permanent uses of intensity of uses of real property. The proposed amendments meet that criteria. Some of our history. 733 Harbor Street was originally purchased by Jess and Prima Martinez in 1977. The present owners, Jess Martinez Jr., Sandra Martinez, Cynthia Dahlgren, are the children of Jess and Prima Martinez. Title was passed to the siblings with the passing of Jess and Prima. Derek Dahlgren, the husband of Cynthia Dahlgren, purchased the adjacent lot on 741 Harbor Street in July of 2020. Prior to the purchase, Derek and Cynthia spoke with the Planning Department mid-February 2022. We outlined our plans on developing an ADU and a garage off-street parking for both residents. There were no objections, and the lot next door became available early June and was purchased. And in September of 2020, an architect was hired, plans were drawn up, and soils testing was completed. The architect consulted with the city and was told the plans were okay. March of 2022, myself and Cynthia signed the application for a building permit prepared by our architect. Within the same day, we were informed by our architect, the plans were no longer acceptable to the city. It was explained to us that the zoning had been changed and our plans are now non-conforming. We are all shocked to find out that we had it.
Thank you, Mr. Dahlgren. Next up for public comment is Casey Cordes. Casey, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm here to speak in favor of the height restriction, but more broadly of the work that the Planning Commission has done here. I've spoken on this topic before because I think it's a great example as how we as a community can control change. Change is inevitable. Just got to ask the Morro Bay of 1964. Like, this is a thing that happens. The question before the community in moments like this is, how will we allow change to happen? What change do we want to happen? I think it's a really good exercise because it's really, really easy to say none, and it's hard to exercise your brain, to be elastic about it. If you stop and take a moment, you dream of a tomorrow for our city that you actually want, or even one that you need, I think you find yourself working towards it, passively or actively. You're not just dragging things down that you hate, but you're also kind of building up something that you love. And I think that's how we all move forward really proactively. When I think about the future, I see more affordable housing, as we just talked about, but specifically I see it like the apartment that I lived in downtown Morro Bay. I lived in the building at the David J. Rogers Gallery. I lived right there. I was in the second store. I moved in 2016. I loved it. You know, my wife and I couldn't afford a house here. We couldn't afford a rental house even, but we could afford that apartment. And we loved it. We walked out the front door. We went to Shine to get our groceries. When Buttercup Cafe opened, that became our coffee shop. And we even had a liquor store across the street for all the late night snacks. So, I mean, it was such a wonderful experience to come into Morro Bay at that time in my life in that kind of environment. I worked at the gallery downstairs. I worked at the Libertine down the street. I was a functioning member of the downtown community, and that is how I fell in love with Morro Bay. And I'd like that for more people. All of that being said, I would worry that by creating this subcommittee and, temporarily ruling against the height increase, that the council will essentially or potentially permanently shelve the discussion or shelve it for a really long period of time. I understand that this is a contentious issue. I do honestly wish there were more people or people had stayed to talk about this because this is one of those really important ones to me. But I don't think pushing this back to a committee to discuss further is the right move. I don't think we should be waiting 8 more years for the future that we want. I think vote your conscience, vote the way you'd like to see the future of Morro Bay. I'd like to see the future of Morro Bay with mixed use downtown with more apartments like I enjoyed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up for public comment is Erica Crawford. Erica, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Erica from the Chamber. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the item. We did send agenda correspondence earlier today addressing directly the commercial heights, given that it's been made an issue, but it's definitely not the only thing we care about related to the item that's before you tonight. So there are a few top takeaways on the item I'd like to share with you from the business perspective. The first is a call to action to get this ordinance passed and behind you. Your staff and scores of community members serving on your advisory boards have spent significant time vetting and re-vetting the document before you tonight. This zoning ordinance is what implements the General Plan and Local Coastal Program, certified last year. So in a word, let's get it done. The second takeaway is that housing is good business. There you go, Scott Graham. And the zoning ordinance under your review tonight does take some positive pro-housing steps forward. And just so you know, Scott, preview, kind of working on a thing where, housing is good business, but when we talk about housing, it's housing policy, but what we really need to be talking about is building homes. And so I feel like zoning is what implements the policy. So I'm going to be practicing that. You may hear it again. The third is to encourage you to ground your discussion about the building heights in the new business and the new business investments that are currently being made in the city's downtown economic center. These businesses need people, and they're probably over a dozen that have come in the last 12 to 18 months. These businesses need people coming through their doors and full occupancy in their neighboring storefronts for vibrant commerce to occur there. The city should move forward with plans that make that a reality, including the heights proposed in the 2018 draft. And the last point is that clarity and good development regulations are what investors are looking for as they make decisions on where to invest. And investors should be able to pick up the zoning ordinance and know what you want them to build. Zoning should be the one and only document they need as it implements the land uses and policies of Plan Morro Bay. Just a word, thanks staff as well. It's been a long, long road, and you've been incredibly accessible and willing and open to engage with the business community. I can't tell you how many times you've come to the Governmental Affairs Committee and kind of educated the business community members there. And I think, Scott, you and I spent like 3 hours on a Zoom going through an Excel, going through all the zoning. So there's just been a very high degree of commitment from your staff on this effort. So I just wanted to say thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Erica. I have no further speaker slips. Public comment still open on item B-1. Any member wishing to come forward? Welcome, Ken.
Good evening. Ken McMillan. I'd like to talk about the height limitations. Right now, I'm a resident, a business owner, commercial property owner, and a landlord. So I ring all the bells of either being liked or disliked immensely. I don't know which, but approximately I want to hang some meat on the bones here. About 7 years ago, I lived in Los Osos. I was running a business in Morro Bay, but it was in a rental property. And since then, due to some other issues with the city, I ended up purchasing property in Morro Bay, on Morro Bay Boulevard, and I put my business in there, and I have some additional property on the back of it that I have future plans for, and I moved to Morro Bay. So kind of, I'm all in, as they say. And my desire here, totally, is to see the downtown area of Morro Bay become more dynamic for locals to live and hang out. And I say this, I grew up in downtown Boston, in the waterfront area of downtown Boston. Now remember, that was 70-something years ago. So it's not like the modern, that's the way it was. And you know what? Go there today, it's still similar in many ways. And I'd love to see this area here become that kind of area where people at night can walk out, get a cup of coffee, walk the dog, go sit down, have a muffin somewhere on a bench, whatever, and just relax and enjoy the downtown area. To make it a place like this, we need to have residents. The businesses aren't going to do it. You can put all the businesses in the world, but if you don't have residents in the downtown area, the businesses are going to go empty. They'll close at 4 PM like they always do. So what you need is residents who live in this downtown area. So, I enjoy nothing more than to sit on the patio or inside my restaurant and talk to local people who have walked down to my restaurant with their dog, or just themselves, come in, have a glass of wine and meal, and just sit and talk about local stuff. This right here, okay? I mean, it's fun to sit and talk to local people all the time. And what I wanted to do was to construct apartments in the back of my building where the restaurant is. And I will tell you right now, I ballparked it. I don't have an architect, but that 37 feet, that'll allow me 6 to 8 more studio or 1-bedroom apartments. You figure out how many people that is that would live in Morro Bay.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Public comment is still open for item B-1. Mr. Green, welcome.
speaking of people who are both loved and hated, I'm Sean Green, Morro Bay. First thing I'll say is I did shell out $272 today at ASAP Reprographics to print 3 sets of plans as a response to a Plan Air email, so it's a little bit discouraging to shell out that, but I'm excited about the fact that they're going online moving forward. As Scott mentioned, there have been, 80-plus meetings at minimum on this. I probably attended half of those. Contributed lots of public comment, many of which appeared either today or in the plan. I can't thank city staff enough for their continuity above all. To the thought of losing any one of them during this process terrified me as someone who felt very invested in the process. So Scott and Cindy, Nancy, even going back to Joan and others, it really means a lot to me as a resident that they stuck around and saw this process through. And that goes to all members of GPAC in the past and members of the Planning Commission past and present. I'm quite impressed with the top 10 list that was distributed today in a very practical sense. You can't go line item by line item at this point, nor do we need to. We have a good document. Of the top 10 list that was presented today, I feel very supportive of the vast majority of those. Our current Planning Commission has been very diligent, even though they came in at a later stage. So I do think that that cherry picking 1 out of the 10 to not support and supporting the other 9 clauses, to me, doesn't feel like the best approach, and so I would actually be supportive of the subcommittee and waiting that 6 months, as Scott mentioned, to do the further study on the 37 feet. I don't think that's catastrophic by any means, and I do think that that's an opportunity for council to express support for our Planning Commission as opposed to sort of handpicking the items that they do and don't support from that list. So that's what I would say. I thank every member of council. I think. Again, I thank staff again. I thank anyone who came out to public comment at any point. I know as a member of multiple advisory boards, past and present, we love it when someone comes out and has something to say, even if it opposes us. So thank you to everyone, including all the people here today that are participating in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Bob? Welcome back.
Bob Keller, resident of Morro Bay. I support the 37-foot height limit in Morro Bay. It's long overdue, and I think it's going to be very, very good for Morro Bay because it'll affect a lot of people for housing, for business, and I think it's going to light up the downtown area. That's all. And I also support all the previous speakers that made their comments. I can't compete with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Public comment still open? Welcome, Betty.
I'd like 5 minutes to speak, please.
Public comment is 3 minutes, but in your case, since you got locked out, you got it.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to respond to some of the public comments that were made previously. The limited, the people that spoke regarding not being contacted on Market Street and on Harbor Street, I don't know their particular situations, but those are limited areas that got changed for their zoning, and it seems to me they should have been noticed. I know that Mr. Graham made the point, well, these changes are across the whole city, the zoning ordinances, but these specific changes were for very specific properties, and I think that the city owes them something for that, so I want to support their comments. I want to talk about the comment that was made by Mr. Cordes that he lived above one of the apartments in downtown Morro Bay. Renting those older apartments is going to have a different fee than if you build a new apartment building that what's going to be built behind Pistachios is not going to be at the same rate that it's someone else's. So I think that's kind of an idealized idea that you think we're going to get people living upstairs and coming downstairs. Who's going to be able to afford those? And if you get people that are hardworking and up at 7 and back at 5 with their kids and blah, 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 I don't know what you're looking at. So I think I would like a little realism brought to this idea that if you increase heights, you're going to get a more vibrant, quote, downtown. And I would suggest to you that Morro Bay is already pretty vibrant. We're not people that come out late at night, okay? And maybe that cultural thing is what's trying to be changed. I think that with regard to the chamber comments, that they're here supporting the business interests. I think if you talk to the business owners who don't own their own property, they have a lot of fear that if you raise the heights, then they're going to have to be out. Because if their particular property owner chooses to go up, then they can't afford to stay there anymore. First of all, they'll be out and they'll have to try to find another place. But once they try to come back in, it'll be too expensive because of the investment. So I think, again, you need to be cautious about that. And maybe that's why the study group is important, because you need to look at which properties you can afford to lose and which ones you can't, and how that affects the visual of the downtown and the culture of the downtown. And this is just a personal comment, maybe there's been 80 meetings on the general plan, but there haven't been 80 meetings on the zoning ordinance. It's been very recent, and it was all done after COVID, and it's been less than 10. So I just want that perspective put back in there. I'm going to move off the height limits. I'm against the height limits unless we go to this committee that can talk about that. I want to speak to the loss of parking in lieu fees, which you're going to be eliminating on the Embarcadero and to some degree upstairs. I think that's a real loss, and I think that's a mistake. I think that one of the issues that I raised during the Planning Commission that we're now seeing a lot of these unhosted hotels, and not that they're just in residential areas, but they're also in commercial areas, and they're not in our zoning ordinance. They're not defined unless that's been put in, which I haven't seen. And if they have, that's great. If not, I think you need to put that in there, because that's a whole new category of a business that's happening in Morro Bay that's unregulated and unstructured. And I strongly support Ms. Dorr's comment about the mobile home park that's in a visitor serving. Bay Pines has 2 levels, and one is an RV park, but the other level is a permanent mobile home park. And so when you say the zoning's been changed, is it the lower one that's visitor serving, or is the upper one, which is also residential visitor serving? That's the one that needs protecting, not the lower one. But the upper one is definitely in need of protecting. And thank you for the extra time.
You're welcome. Public comment is still open. Seeing no further public comment, AGP, do you have anybody on the line, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Currently, I see one hand raised. It says staff next to it. I'm going to go ahead and unmute it.
Okay.
Okay, staff, you are unmuted.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry for the name on my Zoom account. I am not staff. My name is Jeffries, and
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Krista Jeffries.
Thank you.
And I live in Grover Beach. I don't live in Morro Bay, but I do enjoy my time in Morro Bay. And I'm understanding that Morro Bay is in similar straits when it comes to housing and development as all the other jurisdictions on the Central Coast. And so when I was looking at some of these development changes, I got really excited, honestly. I know that this has been a long time coming. I think a lot of the things that you have in front of you tonight are looking pretty good. I did provide some comments on how to potentially improve the inclusionary ordinance. But other than that, I think what we really need to be grounded in tonight, there's been a lot of comments around community character and culture and vibes and aesthetic concerns that I understand. And I also want to remind everyone that what we're talking about when we talk about housing and development is not just what a building looks like, but who is going to make up our community. It's not about architecture in the same way as it is about people and humans. And not every kind of project that would pencil out is going to be for every person who lives here. We all need different stages and forms of housing at different stages of our lives. And creating that flexibility for people to be able to stay in Morro Bay from the time that they're 8 until they're 80 and up is what makes a community vibrant and what makes it strong and flexible. And I applaud the City Council for coming to these conclusions after all the work that's been done here. I think you have some good suggestions in front of you, and I think you have really dedicated people who want to see Morro Bay succeed and want to help the city grow into what it's going to be when it grows up. So thank you for taking my comments, and looking forward to your decision.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. AGP, do we have further comment?
Thank you, Mayor Heading. Currently, I do not see any raised hands left in the queue.
Okay, I will close public comment, close the public hearing, bring it back for council deliberation, discussion, action. I'll start by just stating that we have been through a very lengthy process with regard to this, and there has been significant opportunity, in my opinion, for public input. There have been numerous public hearings. I am so appreciative of our GPAC. Thank you, Councilmember Heller, for your early service on that. I do recall that. And our previous Planning Commission that did a yeoman's job with regard to review, and our current Planning Commission. By far, the overwhelming input that I've received is to move forward with this actual introduction and first reading, with the exception of I'm getting a lot of input to increase the height limit to 37 feet. We need housing. I do not believe it will radically change the character and uniqueness of Morro Bay. I do believe it can stimulate what I believe Mr. McMillan, if he's still here, had described as a more vibrant, perhaps Boston-like community. Not that it needs to look like Boston or anything like that, but I do believe there is a significant need. It will satisfy a number of different initiatives and goals that the city has set. We have spent numerous hours, and we've got unique ways of doing outreach that I was enlightened on this evening by Ms. Jacinth with regard to the outreach that we did over the years regarding this document. So I'm not going to go into great detail other than I will make the recommendation to introduce for first reading by number and title only, with further reading waived, ordinance number 654, repealing Title 17 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code in its entirety and replacing with adoption of the zoning code, with the exception that on item number 3 in the staff report, that the height limit not be reduced, that it be maintained at 37 feet, and that there, in my opinion, I would not create a subcommittee of the Planning Commission to do any further review, and that's my recommendation.
I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second, and my motion also included the remainder of that recommendation as well. So I'll open it up to further discussion.
So,
Councilmember Heller, sir.
So are you approving all 10 of these? In other words?
Yeah, the whole thing except for the. Exactly,
okay.
except for the height, yeah, change, yes, sir.
So I would like to talk about the 37-foot height limit. You know, if you go to the 3 stories, I suspect that we've talked a lot about housing on the top level. If we do it on these, in these areas, I suspect the housing will either be market rent apartments, which will not be particularly affordable, or short-term vacation rentals, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but they'll be allowed in that region as well. Isn't that correct? Because of commercial
So we do allow in the downtown area, short-term rentals are allowed in that
Okay.
area.
So those units will either be short-term vacation rentals or market rent apartments, which I think are really good for business. But what I hear from business most often, and everyone in this town, is affordable housing. So it's not going to provide affordable housing. In fact, it'll probably do the opposite. It'll stimulate traffic on the streets and help the businesses there, but it's not going to give us affordable housing. I think we need to be realistic about that. The second thing, and some of you may know, I'm a big fan of the stacks and the power plant. I believe in iconic kinds of structures. I believe in character. And character is something that has been discussed at length for 7 years in this process. And once character is lost, you cannot get it back. And the character that Morro Bay Boulevard has now and Main Street and the buildings that are there is irreplaceable. And I don't care what kind of design standards or guidelines you have to allow, okay, well, we're going to build a 3-story building here and it's going to comply with this character of the building that used to be there, and it will not be the same. It will not be the same. You can build 3 stories in 30 feet. It can be done. It'd be a flat roof, but most of the buildings on those streets are flat roofs. You can build a 3-story building in 30 feet. Now, if you insist that you have a 10-foot ceiling on your first floor in the commercial space, that's a little problematic. But you can build 3 stories at 8-foot height, maybe even 8.5 feet. So you don't have to up the elevation. We up the elevation and start tearing down buildings and replacing them, we've lost the character of the city. So I'm against accepting the 37-foot. I'd like to give the Planning Commission 6 months to take on the task that they've volunteered to do, which is to take a look at these areas, these 75 parcels, and say, maybe it makes sense here, do a little work to explore what are the existing elevations of some of the major buildings. When I think 37 feet, unless someone says, that's a 37-foot building right there, I don't really know what that means. I would like to know what the building height is of the building that Mr. Cordes lived in. Sounds like it was a great experience. I agree with comments that the rental price for an existing unit like the one you lived in will be very different than a new building with market-driven rentals. So I'm against the motion. And I also think that we need to look again at the inclusionary housing ordinance. I think there's a lot of tweaking that we need to do there to make it make a little more sense. It seems like the 5% or the $5 per square foot versus the 25 could be massaged so that it's more of a gradation and it needs to be massaged a little bit. I don't think it's going to really get us what we're looking for there. So those are my comments.
And I do appreciate those comments, and I actually agree with some of them. In terms of maintaining the uniqueness, but contrary to that, I do believe there is a need for some change to spur some growth. I don't think there'll be the most affordable housing units, but perhaps there'll be housing units that will be available to the workforce that will be workforce affordable housing. And so we've also, in my opinion, cut down the footprint initially by half that the GPAC and the original Planning Commission was originally looking at. So it's a very small area, 8 blocks, I think, Mr. Graham, you said, or so, somewhere around there. So to me, it's almost a test case in itself. Each project also will go directly through the Planning Commission and come to the City Council, so you have 2 opportunities to vet it as is. But I appreciate your comments very much, I do.
I had one more thought, if I may share that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is it still possible if someone wanted to, like with the motel that's being built by the high school, if a property owner wanted to go to 37, they could ask for a variance?
Well, variances have very specific findings that are required. They're founded in state law, so I don't know what that finding would be. Usually they're related to constraints on the site that don't allow you to develop consistent with what would be allowed in the code or consistent with what would be allowed on properties that are around it and adjacent to it. So you typically have to make very specific findings, and so I don't know, like that site is relatively flat. I mean, it does have topography to it, but it's relatively flat. I don't know how you would make a variance finding necessarily for it.
Okay, and then the modification exception, do either of those apply? I mean, is there any way if I owned the property and I came to the city and said I want to go, the way they did at the motel?
Yeah, not
they
to
asked
get
for
to, not to
variance,
get to 37 feet, no.
but they could get to 35, like with the motel? Didn't we give them an exception or a modification or a variance on that building?
That one corner, wasn't it?
The new motel
Yeah,
at
no,
the high school.
on one corner, was it?
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
I don't think you
Cindy
could
would-
through the modifications chapter to get to that height, no.
But we did allow an increased height on that building, if I remember correctly.
Was
because it's in the
southerly
in the PD, that's
corner, was it?
It was in the PD overlay where it allows for exceptions to development standards for a design that's otherwise better than could be made under if it were developed under the current code.
And they provided public benefit at that hotel project.
Right.
Yeah.
So if a property, one more question.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So if their property owner at the areas that we're looking at, one of those 75 parcels came to the city and said, I want to build truly affordable housing here and I'll deed restrict it and I'd like to go to 37 feet. Is that and I want to do a planned a PD overlay and that's why I would do it. Is that something could happen?
Yeah, if you're doing that's a good point. If you're doing density, if you're doing that, you would be subject to density bonus, and the density bonus has concessions that we're required to give, and one of those that they could ask for is height. So there is other tools to get there. If you're doing an all affordable or a largely affordable project, then there are concessions the city would be required to give. That could be one of them.
I like that. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's
Thank you,
all I have.
Councilmember
Thank
Heller.
you, Mayor.
Further comments? Hearing none.
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was still thinking.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Heller, as far as like affordability. I think if that was our like 100% main goal, to look at the height increase as it being just for affordable housing, then I would have to say no. But I think increasing housing stock is important, and I think you mentioned by Ms. Jeffries, all different types of housing is important from all different stages of life. But just a little background, I've been involved in among the business chamber for many years and have attended mixers for years and have talked to different business owners for years, and I've been hearing from them for years that that they need more business in between holidays and summertime and that sort of thing, and that they just don't get enough business from our locals on a regular basis throughout the year, and they would love increased foot traffic. And what are one of those ways to do it? I think mixed use is one of those ways to do it. And if increasing the height gets us closer to that goal, I think it's important. So I hear what you're saying. Will these units be cheaper? They'll probably be pretty pricey just for the location, but maybe they'll have some lower income ones. I don't know, but I think overall the goal here is to help our businesses, to help create more housing stock, and to create a more viable community. And I think that we have to consider that, I like the way it is right now. I do. But I also see that little changes do need to happen to keep it sustainable for the future of Morro Bay. So I appreciate the work that's gone into it over the years. It's been a really long project. I appreciate, as Mr. Green said, the amount of input that's been included from our community, all the workshops, the people that showed up, people that have called in even, he said 400 people called in essentially to provide input. I think that speaks to how important the overall zoning situation is to our community. And I'd like to see us move on and hopefully, be prosperous from this process and to help our community. So That's really all I had to say. It's not a decision based off of just a few comments. Like that over the 10 years that I've lived here and what I've witnessed and what I've been in those discussions helped with this decision.
I appreciate that perspective as well. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Did you want me to finish reading that?
I just wanted to make sure that the title was read into the record, and the actual ordinance number 654, the ordinance itself, if I could read the precise title into the record.
That'd be fine.
So there was a motion on the floor to waive further reading and vote on the motion by title only. Title of ordinance number 654 is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, repealing and replacing Title 17 zoning and miscellaneous amendments to update zoning language references in pages 5-3 of the Waterfront Master Plan and chapters 5.50, 5.60, 7.16, 8.32, 9.28, 10.60, 12.08, 12.12, 13.04, 13.20, 14.44, 14.42, 16.36, 16.40, and 16.48 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code.
That's what I said, yes. Thank you for that
Mr.
correction.
Mayor.
Thank you. All right, and Councilmember Barton, did you have anything to add? I'm sorry.
No, I'm hearing my thoughts
Okay.
and everybody else's comments,
All right.
so.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take a, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just add a couple, but
Sure.
I just wanted to agree with Councilmember Heller and Councilmember Ford and maybe Mayor Heading that we all love the character of Morro Bay, and it's so apparent from the public comment as well. And I want to appreciate Casey Cortez's comments out in the audience that it's really up to us to guide the character of Morro Bay. And I think that the over 80 meetings, the GPAC, the extensive public comment, the recent public comment, all of that has come together to help us guide this. And I think the zoning code is a really important piece of implementation. And I also want to just compliment what Chamber Director Erica Crawford said about we need to get to building. And the longer we delay, the less we're going to get to building. The longer we talk about this, the more time it's going to take us. And I think, I know Councilmember Heller has been involved in construction and is an expert. And what we know about construction is the longer you wait, the more it costs. And so if we are truly concerned about affordability and truly concerned about the character of Morro Bay, it's my opinion that part of the specialness of the character of Morro Bay, at least when I came here 20 years ago, was that working people could live here. And working people could find that connection between where they worked and lived, and we've lost a lot of that. And so if we truly want to preserve the character of Morro Bay, we need to open up a bit more to the different kinds of people that are going to be able to live here. And not every unit's going to be affordable, absolutely. It's our goal to create a mix of housing that provides for the mix that we want and need in our community for this community to thrive. So that's why I seconded the motion. That's why I think it's critical and urgent that we move forward and that we don't use extra processes to push this off. And I do respect the input of the Planning Commission, and I do not believe that moving this forward right now has anything to do with lack of respect for our Planning Commission. They've had excellent input, and they're going to continue to have excellent input. And I trust this council, and I trust the next council to value that input.
Well stated, thank you. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote then.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Brings us to item B2. This is the introduction of ordinance number 655, repealing and reenacting multiple chapters of Title 14 of the City of Morro Bay Municipal Code, incorporating the 2022 California Building Standards Code as adopted by the State of California and local modifications thereto. And Mr. Graham, sir, to you, please.
All right. You want to do motion to extend?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to see how fast he goes and then.
I do talk fast, though, so there's possibility. All right, thank you, Mayor. So the item you have before you this evening is the adoption of the 2022 building code. We do this every 3 years. So what we'll be doing this evening is the building code update. We'll be repealing chapters 1401 through 14.12 of the building code of Title 14, the Building and Construction Code of the Morro Bay Municipal Code. The ordinances, and this one was 654, last one, this was 655. So we're updating all of these sections. They're largely the same names, just updated to from 2019 to 2022. Again, all the chapter names. So some of the pertinent facts related to the building code update is the California Building Standards Code will become effective on January 1, 2023, regardless of what you do here this evening. We're actually going through this process and then putting it into our codes because it allows us the flexibility to adopt local amendments into the code to address local constraints that we have in here, say related to health, life, safety, geologic conditions, things like that. Like I mentioned before, this is updated on a 3-year cycle. Local amendments. So cities can choose to adopt ordinances that enact extra fire protection measures or more restrictive requirements related to any of the building code sections. The local, again, changes are typically necessary to address local issues related to climate, topography, and geologic conditions. And then they affect sections 1402 through 14.12. Again, they remain largely the same. We haven't really made a whole lot of changes to it. We made one specific change to how we're defining alteration of floor area, and this is for our fire department folks. And it relates to when fire sprinklers are triggered in association with remodels and additions. And so that's the kind of one, I guess, more significant change that we made in here. The rest of the sections remained largely the same. So the top 5 list for your building code update, and I focused them on energy efficiency items because that is one of your goals. So energy storage systems for new residential buildings. So you're required to put infrastructure into your electric panel and wiring into your home to allow for batteries to be plugged into your new residential structure. We have electric ready requirements. So new residential construction is required to include electric infrastructure for space heating, cooking, clothes dryers, if you put into the house gas infrastructure for those same things. So you have to not only put the infrastructure, meaning the wiring in for it, it has to be also located in the same place that you put those gas appliances so that they can be converted to electric later. Future heat pump requirements, so new residential construction, where say you would have a gas water heater installation is proposed, then you must also include space to have a electric heat pump to be put in later. So you're seeing a trend here, I think, right? We're moving towards electric infrastructure related to new homes. Electric heating appliances, all new residential construction is required to have at least one electric heating appliance. So here, along the Central Coast, that's probably all you're going to have is one. You're probably not going to have multiple heat sources in your house, but you could have a gas one and an electric one, but at a minimum, you're going to have one electric one. And then there's new requirements relating to heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. We used to have requirements to just test efficiency, and it was a good idea to do it. Now it's a requirement. So anytime you replace an HVAC unit or in new construction, you put new ones in. For those, you have to do the testing to make sure it meets industry requirements. So those are the sort of top 5 energy efficiency items that are in the new codes. Sort of leads me back to the electrification code status. We've been working on an electrification code for the city. That stems from the City Council's climate action goals. We prepared a draft code. And that draft code, we did send a poll out to the community to get input on it, and largely the comments that came back were negative. And some people didn't understand, like they thought that they were going to have to replace their gas appliances immediately if we adopted the code. And so what that led me to believe is we needed to do more outreach and education. And so we're in the process of doing that. We're putting together a utility bill flyer that's going to go out to explain the electrification code process. And we're also going to have probably an online forum where we, provide some information related to this and do a question and answer session. And we're working on the flyer right now. The flyer will go out probably in November, hopefully. And then we'd also have the date of the forum that we're going to hold for it as well. Initial idea, you've heard me talk about this previously, was that we were going to include this in the code update, but because of the concerns expressed by the community, we felt more outreach was necessary, and so that's what we're doing. And so you're not seeing that as one of the local amendments is not to create the electrification code right now, and the idea would be to bring that forward after we've had an opportunity to engage the community in a more holistic manner. So recommendation here is for the council to introduce for first reading by title only with further reading waived, ordinance number 655, about repealing and amending and reenacting chapters 1401 through 14.12, title 14, which is the buildings and constructions codes of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, and incorporating the 2022 California Building Standards Code as adopted by the state of California and local modifications thereto. If ordinance is introduced this evening, it will be presented for second reading on November 22nd, and as I noted previously, will take effect on January 1 of 2023. That ends my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation and actually the comprehensive staff report. Any council questions for Mr. Graham? Sir, Councilmember Heller.
That's a pretty convenient slide. You just changed the 2020 to 2022.
21 to
it was very nice. Yes.
Probably the easiest thing you've done since you got here, right? So my question is, if I submit some plans to you tomorrow, at what point in time do I have to comply with the January 1 code?
You have to comply with the January 1 code starting January 1.
So if I have some plans that are in the pipeline and they've been reviewed already by you with the old codes, how do you handle it?
We oftentimes will get a little bit of a rush of plans before the end of the year, because what happens is you have folks that are out there that are developing their plans, architects are working on them, and maybe it's taken a little bit longer than they anticipated or what have you, and so they'll rush in because they designed those plans, those construction documents underneath the current code, which is the 2019, and they were running up against the deadline, so we'll get a push of applications right before the end of the year. That happens every time we do a code update. So that's the deadline. So
as long as the application's in before the January 1. Okay. Is there any, these are pretty substantial changes, certainly maybe not fiscal impacts to what you do, but certainly fiscal impacts to the cost of construction, which in the context of our need for affordable housing seems kind of counterintuitive, but in the context of climate change, it makes sense. Is there any state funding either for adoption of the codes that might be expenses that agencies would incur, or any state funding for the construction impacts, cost impacts for these upgrades?
There are a lot of funding opportunities if you want to put in electric infrastructure in your home, including appliances. I mean, you see rebates for those types of things. There are many different funding sources for those types of things. I don't know that any one of them is going to cover the cost of one of those units. They'll just kind of offset a portion of the cost. Even the HVAC, testing requirement, that's probably going to add like $500 to the cost of a home or to go through the process. So you're right, they are more expensive. If you go with the electric infrastructure as opposed, like you can see the encouragement here is if you put gas in, you also have to put all the infrastructure in for the electric. The idea is to incentivize you to put the electric in and not the gas. I mean, I hope we're all clear on that. And if you do that, then there is savings related to that, long-term savings. And there's a few studies out there. It's one of the things we're looking to get links to into our outreach flyers so people can see some of that information, the data kind of behind the numbers and why we would be going to electrification, which is kind of what these items are getting at, trying to move us in that direction.
So there's no money, as far as you know, for the infrastructure work, though, that will be required as in order to comply with this new code?
Not at this point. You can get some money for like heat pumps and those types of things.
Yeah.
There's money available out there for that. There's various sources.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Per policy, can I get a motion to go past 9:30 at this time?
Also move.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
Tie goes to the runner. Who's running? Both of you, okay. We have a motion and a second to go past 9:30. Any further discussion? Hearing none, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Graham? Okay. Hearing none, this is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing and open up public comment for item B-2. Any member of the public wishing to come forward, please do so now. Welcome, Betty.
Betty Winholtz, just a clarification, because Mr. Graham talked about both a city proposal and the state changes. Just clarify, if you would, that the three that you highlighted about the parallel gas with electric, that's a state mandate now. That's not what's coming from within. Within is what you're going to be proposing later.
Go ahead, Nancy. Sure. Thanks, Betty.
You're correct, Betty, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that, but you're 100% correct.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks for the clarification. Good. Seeing no other public comment, AGP, do we have anybody on the line?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment, close the public hearing, bring it back to council for either discussion or action.
I'll move this item. I know. I spoke too soon. No. Let's see here.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Didn't we vote on it already?
Councilmember Addis, if we could actually read the title on page 121.
That's what she's looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's what I was looking for.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
But is it just the recommendation? I have it here, but is it just?
No, actually on page 121, that's
don't
the
have
exact title. The recommendations is worded a little bit differently, so I'd suggest out of prudence to read the exact title on page 121 on the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, Ordinance
Yes.
655. Okay, so I'll
Yes,
move
thank you,
to,
Councilmember.
I'll move to approve ordinance number 655, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, repealing, amending, and reenacting chapters 14.01 through 14.12 of Title 14, Buildings and Construction, of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, thereby adopting by reference and amending the 2022 California Building, Volumes 1 and 2, Residential, Electrical, Mechanical, Plumbing, Energy, Historical Building, Fire, Existing Building, Green Building, Administrative, and reference standards codes, the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code, and the 1997 Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Buildings.
Take a breath.
Thank you, Don.
Great job on
I
that.
Thought it was you, not me.
regret that.
So we do have a motion,
I'll second it.
and we do have a second. Any further discussion on that?
I'd like to say
Yes.
that as the person who brought forward the 3CE or the electrification code idea to our council goals setting process. I'm glad that we are going to do further education. I think it's important. I read all that community input that came back from the survey, the lengthy input that we got, and it's obvious that we have a lot more work to do. So I appreciate, Scott, your report and the work that you've been doing on this, and as well as your team, and I'm happy to support this. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? And I'll echo what you both said. No need to repeat it, but thank you. Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. That brings us to our business items for this evening. The first is item C-1, and I do believe we have a recusal.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to recuse myself because I have personal business with one of the possible recipients of the grant. So
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ford. This is item C1, to adopt resolution number 95-22, awarding fiscal year 22-23 community grants. And Mr. Scott Collins there.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, Council, community members. The recommendation is adopt resolution number 9522, awarding fiscal year 22-23 community grants in the amount of, $60,189, and also authorize the city manager in agreements with the grantees. As council is aware, we've been doing this program for several years. We did take a pause during the peak of COVID, but then came back last year and not only, took the program to $25,000, but added an additional $25,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act to help those those nonprofit programs in our community that have been impacted by COVID-19. This year, in your budget for 22-23, you increased that amount to $60,000, of which $10,000 would go to youth serving programs at minimum. So we did receive over $70,000 in requests for this year's application process, which I won't describe. But in looking at it, all of them did qualify in terms of eligibility. One program, the Morro Bay Senior Citizens Tunes at Tidelands, the concert series, they requested $13,400. And talking to them, they're just looking for grant funding where they can to help break even on their this initial concert series. They're still looking at overall finances of the program with city staff or the rec team. So at this time, we wouldn't recommend funding them through the grant program. We've already set aside $10,000 this year for the concert series. And after they kind of tidy up all the finances for the first go at it, we may come back to council later this year with an additional request for funding. I should say that the Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District is looking to give $5,000 to the Tunes at Tidelands as well. So I think as we progress through the year, we'll probably find that they're going to break even. So just stay tuned on that. So at this point, we're not recommending funding from the grant program for that. But everything else that was submitted, the Senior Nutrition Program, Estero Bay Kindness Coalition, Morro Bay Maritime Museum, Community Foundation, Estero Bay, Historical Society, Morro Bay, By the Sea Productions, Five Cities Diversity Coalition, Morro Bay Open Space Alliance, and Morro Bay Art Association, split between the general fund and ARPA funds. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And boy, thanks. I remember a couple of years ago going through creating a process to grant fair grants to our community, and it certainly seems like we have reached that goal, and I really appreciate the work that goes in behind this. It's a quick report, but it's taken a lot of time to get there. If you look at the background information, it's very extensive in terms of the requirements that must be met. So I just wanted to say thank you to staff for all of the time that you take to review that. In my opinion, some very great organizations that well deserve the funding. I don't really have any questions specifically, but those are just my comments. So any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment that I love this part of our city council meetings. It's one of the few things that just feels, it's really good, and it's funding really important things. And we've talked before about just the partnerships that are built with many of these community organizations and how gratifying it is to be able to support that in our community. I don't know if a motion is needed. If it is, I'm happy to make one.
Another comment here,
Yeah.
Councilmember Heller.
I just looked
Absolutely.
at your comments, Mayor, that
Sure.
the staff's done a great job managing this whole program, and it's a great process, and thank you for that. It looks great. I support all these recommendations.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. And if you want to, Councilmember.
Public comment.
Oh, forgot. Yeah, we should do that. I apologize. Betty, let me open public comment, and welcome, Betty.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to make a comment on two of the organizations. One has to do with the Embosa, who's going to be getting a piece of equipment, which is fine and excellent, but because it's going to be free to them, and there wasn't specific in their comment how they were glad to share that with other nonprofits, which is how it should be, because it's a free piece of equipment, and as long as another nonprofit handles it well. But is there some way to guarantee that they won't charge for that and make money off of something that they got for free? So that's my concern about that, or if there's a little hook you can put into your motion about that. And then my second comment is about the Franklin Riley Quote Park. When that was established back in the early 2000s, it was not established purposefully as a park. It was an open space, much as North Point is. And so I'm concerned that you're starting to make it really organized and really whatever you think a park is. And hopefully the panels won't be in a way that get in a way of the view, because I'm sure if you do, the residents will get upset with you across the street. But please remember, this is an open space. It's not supposed to be organized like a park.
Thank you for that reminder. And any other public comment? Oh, hold on, Kathleen, I'm sorry, 1 second. Let me just ask, just the hook that Betty was talking about for the Open Space Alliance not being able to rent that out. Do we need to do anything to ensure that, or are you comfortable that?
It's up to the council. I mean, I don't anticipate that they were looking to make profit, but that's certainly something we can condition them on.
Okay, great. And Kathleen, is it Heil?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, Kathleen. Sorry, I wanted to clarify that one item.
Thank you, Mayor Heading, and the council, and Mr. Collins, the general manager. My name is Kathleen Heil. I'm the vice president of Morro Bay Art Association. And do I understand you granted us our grant? Which I have to thank you very much, because I feel we bring a lot to the community, and I appreciate your support. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And have you been here all evening waiting for this moment? Well, thank you for sticking through with us, and thank you for that comment. Any further public comment? Thank you. ABG, anybody on the phone there? AGP, I should say.
Thank you, Mayor Heading. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
All right, I'll close public comment, bring it back for a motion. And I'll go ahead and move that we adopt resolution number 95-22, awarding community grants for fiscal year 22-23, outlining adjustments, if any, consistent with the community grants policy and American Rescue Plan funding requirements, and authorize the city manager to enter into agreements with all grantees, reviewing and adjusting insurance requirements on a case-by-case basis in coordination with California JPIA and City Attorney's Office, depending on the level of risk associated, and get assurances from Morro Bay Open Space Alliance that the equipment will not be rented for any remuneration.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0-1.
Thank you. And that brings us to our last item for the evening, if I can get to my right page here. This is adoption of ordinance number 653, authorizing an amendment to the CalPERS contract to implement 2% cost sharing for local fire members in the Morro Bay Firefighters Association. And our esteemed city clerk, Ms. Dana Swenson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This is the final step in the process to memorialize a contract amendment with CalPERS that implements cost sharing with the Morro Bay Firefighters Association. The council took action at the September 27th meeting, adopting a resolution of intent and to amend the contract and introducing the ordinance before you. Following that, the association members took a vote. Pardon me. They voted unanimously to support this contract amendment, and now we bring it back to the council for the final adoption of the ordinance. If this passes, it would take effect November 26th.
26?
I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dana, for all the work you did prior, and this is a second or third time we've seen this and discussed it. Appreciate very much the work that you have done with your staff to make this happen. And are there any council questions for Dana? Hearing none, go ahead and open up public comment. This is public comment for item C-2 on our agenda. Seeing none in the audience, AGP, any calls on C2?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, I do not see any raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, bring it back to council for recommendation or further discussion.
I'll move to approve that City Council, or I'll move that City Council adopt ordinance number 653, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City of Morro Bay and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, implementing Section 20516, employees sharing additional costs for local fire members in the Morro Bay Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 3725, MBFFA.
So you happy, Chris? You happy with that?
Yes, Councilmember Heller. That was perfect, Councilmember Raddatz.
Was that a
Thank
second?
I will second.
Okay. We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. That brings us to council declaration of item D, council declaration of future agenda items. I'm not looking that way.
I have a short list tonight.
Looking around, seeing, oh, you do, go ahead.
I do.
Okay. Okay.
So this is all about affordable housing. We had a great meeting with Ken Triguero, Public Self-Help Housing Corporation, and Mr. Graham and Mr. Collins this week. And we talked about the affordable housing project they did in Santa Barbara, the 12 affordable units on a 4,000 square foot lot. I've had a number of discussions with Scott Collins over the years about how we can use city land somehow to build affordable housing. We have mostly small parcels, but I guess what I would like as a future agenda item is for staff to come back with a look at all the parcels that we have, small or large, and I'm glad there are hardly any people here, also look possibly at the idea of taking a chunk of our parkland and building affordable housing on city-owned land, a truly affordable housing that will serve this community for generations. So that's what I'd like to propose as a future agenda item. So that's it.
And Scott, I'm just thinking of the subcommittee that we have that's looking at it, 2 planning commissioners, 2 council members, yourself, some of your staff, and the chamber executive. Is that holistically something that we could use to bring back such an item, or what are your thoughts about this recommendation?
If you wanted to use that ad hoc group, I'd suggest a future agenda item in November, just sort of punting it to that.
Making
team.
it to
Or we can just go with the direction of staff looking at some things and bringing it back.
Okay.
Probably early next year.
Okay.
So it's up to what the group wants.
That was one thing, but also the staff time. We always ask about staff time and availability, but you said, yeah, okay. Do we have some support for that? Looking at?
I would support the already established ad hoc group.
Yeah.
But I think it's important to address that specifically, but to add that on to the
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Good.
So we'll bring a short item.
I'll support it also.
Yeah, a short item in November to actually authorize that.
Great.
If that's, yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Good.
Cool.
Thank you, sir. All right, seeing no others, the next regular meeting of the City of Morro Bay City Council will be held on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. Just a reminder that there is no meeting on Election Day, November the 8th. Please vote. Thank you for the privilege of your time, and have a great evening.